Chapter 1190. He put away the combat heavenly palace and walked out of the dilapidated ancient building. The moment Fong Ping walked out, Heavenly King Zhen's eyes lit up. He appeared in front of Fong Ping in an instant and slammed his palm toward Fong Ping's chest. Fong Ping subconsciously raised his hand to block. Bang! Fong Ping took dozens of steps back. He could not help but curse. "Old man, what are you doing?" The subduing Heavenly King didn't care what he said and looked at him with a burning gaze. After a long time, his eyebrows twitched. "You've improved again? Even the Renhuang Dao couldn't be that fast, could it? How did you do it?" The strength of your golden body gives this old man the feeling that it's even stronger than ordinary heavenly kings. Fong Ping said matter-of-factly, "I'm a 9th refinement golden body, so of course I'm stronger than them." Even if he did not improve this time, his basic vitality was more than one. 5 million calories. Basic qi and blood actually represented the strength of the golden body. The stronger the golden body, the more qi and blood it could contain. This was inevitable. Therefore, before this, Fong Ping's physique was already stronger than the average heavenly king. Wasn't Heavenly King Jin talking nonsense? The subduing Heavenly King looked at him and did not speak for a long time. Something was wrong. There was something wrong with this fellow. Before this, the feeling that Fong Ping gave him was not as strong as it was now. Fong Ping concealed his aura. This was not a problem. As a top-notch expert, Heavenly King Jin didn't need to rely on his aura to determine anything. He took a quick glance and could sense whether it was strong or not. Elder Zhang rubbed his chin and asked curiously, "What did you do this time?" "Nothing much." Fong Ping swept his gaze around, looked for a while, and asked curiously, "Where are the god, crafting envoy, and the rest?" "Let's go." Zhang Tao shook his head and said, "Not really. These people have their own goals. They won't stay here and wait for us. They have their own things to do. Now, they should go and do their own things." Since the Demon Emperor and the Forging God Envoy had entered, they naturally had a purpose. Fong Ping did not care about them. Instead, he said sympathetically, "The water buffalo was taken away?" "Taken away." Old Zhang laughed. "The God Creation Envoy is just a clone. It usually consumes energy to use it. Attaching it to Li Wuji can reduce some of the energy consumption. The water buffalo won't be tortured to death, right?" Fong Ping seriously suspected that if the water buffalo was possessed by the God Creation Envoy, would it purposely run towards the Heavenly Kings? "I'm fine." Heavenly King Jin did not think it was a big deal. He looked at Fong Ping again. "Kid, don't change the topic. Did you improve again?" Fong Ping chuckled. "Of course I've improved a little. I'm a genius after all. Of course my improvement isn't slow." Old Zhang also glanced at him and asked, "What is your current strength? Sage?" "Sort of." Fong Ping made a rough estimation. If his outburst had reached 4 million calories and above, he would be considered a saint, of course. When he broke 6, he would be a heavenly king. As for breaking 6, actually it did not matter if Fong Ping's strength did not improve, as long as he could master his own strength on a deeper level. It could be said that he had reached his limit. Breaking 6 was only a matter of time. Some of the old-timers had reached their limit and were unable to advance any further. Their control over their power continued to grow, and if things went on like this, some of the peak sages would have the battle prowess of a heavenly king. The length of a Dao path could only be considered a realm. As for the amount of explosive power, that was the true battle prowess. Whether one possessed the battle prowess of the current stage would vary from person to person. Some powerhouses who had just attained Emperor Realm might not even be as strong as near Emperor Realm powerhouses. The 3 of them didn't stay where they were. Escaping into the void, Zhang Tao began to explain the situation of Spirit Emperor Dojo to Fong Ping. After listening for a while, Fong Ping asked curiously, "You received benefits from Spirit Emperor?" "That's right. Your source world has expanded a lot." "That's right." Fong Ping looked puzzled. He looked at him again and said, "How much has your source world expanded to? I mean the diameter." Old Zhang had received benefits from Spirit Emperor, yet his source world did not expand to more than 100 meters? More than 100 meters. But I compressed it. Why? Compression? Fong Ping frowned slightly. Why did you compress it? Old Zhang said matter-of-factly, "Why does the source world need to be so big? A big source world consumes too much origin chi. Do you know that a source world with a diameter of 100 meters consumes more origin chi every day than our birth? Not only that, if the source world is too big, it's easy for problems to arise. It's not stable enough. If it's compressed, it'll be more stable." Fong Ping looked at him in surprise, then at Heavenly King Zhen. After a while, he said, "So, there are actually people whose source worlds reached more than 100 meters, but they compressed it themselves." "I think so." Old Zhang's answer was insincere. Heavenly King Zhen glanced at him and said lightly, "That's right. Under normal circumstances, they would choose to compress it. Firstly, the supply of origin chi is insufficient. Secondly, if it's too big, it'll crack easily." Fong Ping frowned again. He looked at old Zhang and said, "Your source world has expanded to more than 100 meters. Are there any other changes?" "What changes?" Old Zhang did not quite understand. What other changes could there be? Fong Ping fell into deep thought. That was not right. When the source world expanded to 100 meters, he had clearly covered his Tao. Why did old Zhang not? If there was, old Zhang would probably have discovered this problem. 100 meters was very difficult. However, some of the old antiques might not have this opportunity. They had not improved for many years and consolidated their source world. Was there no hope? But why did it seem like no one had taken this path of unification? Am I special? That's not right either. Fong Mao also took this path. Then what's the reason? Why didn't old Zhang have this kind of change? Fong Ping thought hard. Was there any difference between him and Fong Mao and the others? Fong Ping was a little special. He did not open up his Tao at all, but he did it himself. Then, why would there be a different situation? If I'm talking about being special, it's probably because my source world has some origin soil. Feng Mao has it too. However, some powerhouses actually have origin soil too. Could it be that those who have origin soil did not open up 100 meters of the world, and those who don't have origin soil did not have any effect, even if they did? That's why this situation is happening now. Fong Ping guessed in his heart. Some people had origin soil, but not many. This kind of thing was considered chicken ribs, but it was very rare. After all, even King Kuan only had that little. It could be said that the divine sect had searched the 3 realms for this little bit of origin soil. There were some powerhouses, but they were very, very few. And this very small group of people might not have the opportunity to open up their source world to more than 100 meters. Fong Ping did it because of the Saint Token, old Zhang because of Spirit Emperor's help, and Fong Mao because of tens of thousands of years of accumulation. In that case, perhaps old Zhang did not succeed because he lacked origin soil? Fong Ping did not know if it was right, but at this moment he felt that the only difference between him and old Zhang was the origin soil. He was thinking about something, but Zhang Tao was too lazy to care about him. Soon he said, "This time we have a few purposes here. First, get the 9 Emperor seals. Second, collect those Saint tokens and Heavenly King seals, and kill some powerhouses who are extremely hostile to humans. Third, see if we can rope in another group of people to form an alliance with humans. Fourth, speaking of this, Zhang Tao said in a low voice, see if we can revive a Heavenly King." What? Fong Ping was surprised. Zhang Tao explained, "In the depths of this Spirit Emperor dojo, there's a space battlefield. Obviously, this was left behind after a powerhouse died. Until now, it has not been revived, and it can withstand the battle of many Heavenly King powerhouses. I'm afraid it is also a Heavenly King powerhouse. Based on previous experience, we may need to find the core of this space battlefield, which is also where the real source world is, and we may revive this powerhouse. A heavenly king. If we take the initiative and revive him, if he is an enemy, we can kill him directly. If he is a friend, we can choose to cooperate. Fong Ping could not help but look at the Sky Garrison King and said, "Senior, who is the powerhouse here?" There were only a few heavenly king powerhouses. Who could the heavenly king who died in ancient times be? Would the Sky Garrison King not know? There was a space battlefield here, and it was very powerful. Obviously, the person who died back then would not be too weak. The space battlefield where Hung Yu was previously was also very powerful, but it did not seem to be able to withstand the battle of heavenly kings, which meant that even Hung Yu was not as strong as the other party. Such a heavenly king could not be the strongest after breaking 8, right? The Sky Garrison King shook his head and said, "The person is dead, and the origin has not been found." The space battlefield is also very quiet. It is difficult for me to determine who it is. Unless we find the core origin, I may be able to identify who it is. Senior, you know a little about the powerhouse from ancient times, right? Don't you have any guesses? Previously, I thought it was Fong, the Sky Garrison King said casually. I was thinking whose origin is so strong, Fong might be possible. But after thinking about it, it doesn't seem right. Fong seemed to have run away a long time ago. Could it be that he was killed by mistake? Now that Fong has appeared, naturally it is not Fong. Thinking of this, the Sky Garrison King said again, "There is an origin world and a space battlefield. So it should not be a beginner powerhouse, but a powerhouse from the 3 realms. The owner of this space battlefield is most likely at breaking 7, breaking 8. Breaking 8 is not so easy to kill. A heavenly king with breaking 7 strength." The Sky Garrison King seemed to be reminiscing and said after some consideration, "Back then there were not many people with breaking 7 strength. Even King Qian seemed to be slightly lacking, and the Extreme Path bloodline only had Feng 7, the 9 sovereigns." The Sky Garrison King said in a low voice, "There are many powerhouses under the 9 sovereigns, some with heavenly king strength, but as for breaking 7, I don't think there is anyone who broke through secretly, but the chances are not high because there is no need." Thinking of this, the Sky Garrison King could not help but say, "Could it be the Weapon Master?" Among the 3 emissaries, the Palm Seal emissary was probably completely dead. The Sea Garrison emissary was still alive and active. The strongest Weapon Master of the 3 back, then, could it be him? Old Zhang said with a strange expression, "Aren't you the Weapon Master's disciple, Liu? Don't you know your master's situation?" "Get lost," the Sky Garrison King scolded. "You are Liu. Your whole family is Liu. Is Liu stronger than me? Back then, Liu only had the strength of a saint. How could he have the combat strength of a heavenly king?" "Weapon Master!" Fong Ping could not be bothered with the 2 old fellows' quarrel. He frowned and said, "What was the Weapon Master's attitude towards humans back then? Will he kill humans once he revives?" That fellow, the Sky Garrison King, was still very familiar with the Weapon Master. He said after some consideration, "This fellow actually left the core of the heavenly realm a long time ago. When the heavenly court established the 8 kings, he was considered to be living in seclusion. He did not participate in the things that happened after that. When the heavenly realm war broke out, I did not see him then, but many people died that day. The sky fell and the earth split. I did not notice if he was involved or if he died. The situation was too chaotic at that time. He really did not see him, but he guessed that he might have died. This was because the Weapon Master was more traditional, similar to those generals who were loyal to the emperor. Although the heavenly court reduced his military power, at a critical moment, when the heavenly court was in trouble, that fellow was very likely to participate. If that was the case, the probability of him dying in battle was higher. The Sky Garrison King said again, "Whether it is or not, we will know once we find the origin core. If it is a Weapon Master, I should be able to recognize him. He and I have a good relationship. He might be of help to the humans. If the Sky Garrison King did not have a good relationship with him, he would not have pretended to be his disciple. Fong Ping nodded. If that was the case, the space battlefield here was very likely to be a weapon master. There were actually not many people who had the ability to break through 7 levels. If they had broken through 8 levels, there were even fewer origin Dao cultivators. Most of them were beginner martial artists. As for beginner martial artists, even if they died, there would not be a space battlefield left behind. This meant that the probability of this place breaking through 7 levels was higher. Zhang Tao continued, resurrecting the Heavenly King. I'm afraid others are thinking about this too. But these people's main focus is to get the 9 Emperor Seals, so we can put the 9 Emperor Seals aside for now. The other thing is Hong Yu. If Hong Yu is really the Earthly Emperor's avatar, this fellow's secret is huge. The Earthly Emperor's avatar could deceive the 3 realms for 3,000 years. This was not a simple matter. Hong Yu might really know the Earthly Emperor's whereabouts. If the Earthly Emperor is dead, then there's nothing to say. If he's not dead, Hong Yu might know where the Earthly Emperor is sleeping. Right now, many people are eyeing the Emperor. Fong Ping frowned. Isn't the Emperor in the Sky Cemetery? Zhang Tao shrugged. Don't ask me, I don't know. He looked at the Sky Garrison King. This old fellow might know about this. The Sky Garrison King said without batting an eyelid, the 9 emperors and 4 emperors might have their remains in the Sky Cemetery, but it doesn't mean that all of them are there. There was not one battlefield back then, but many. The Sky Cemetery can only be said to be the core area of the war, but not all of the battlefields. Fong Ping was about to continue speaking when the Sky Garrison King waved his hand. Don't ask any more. You will know when the time comes. Now that the Sky Dog and the others have gone to the Sky Cemetery, I'm afraid there will be chaos soon. Fong Ping frowned. There are enemies in the Sky Cemetery. Yes, of course, it's hard to say if they are enemies, but there will definitely be powerhouses. The Sky Garrison King was silent for a while, then added, many people participated in the war back then. Not to mention the others, there were many powerhouses from the first martial lineage. These people are very powerful. Their vitality is actually more tenacious than the Origin Path martial artists. The Origin Path martial artists can be resurrected, and so can they. Some beginner martial artists, such as martial artists who have achieved Tao with their bodies, as long as there is some blood and bones left behind, they can be resurrected. Some powerhouses who have achieved Tao through mentality can also be resurrected if there is a wisp of mentality left behind. Beginner martial artists cultivate themselves. They have their own specialties. If their vitality is not tenacious, how can they compete with the powerhouses of the Origin Path? The Sky Dog died in the Sky Cemetery back then. It might have been caused by some of the resurrected people. Why did they want to kill the Sky Dog? The Sky Garrison King was speechless. He said impatiently, nonsense. The Sky Cat and the Sky Dog are in cahoots. There is a rumor that when the Sky Cat died, the Great Path collapsed. This Great Path refers to the Origin Path. Back then, that guy from the Cat Palace died because he fought with the powerhouses from the first martial lineage. The first martial lineage was defeated in the battle for Great Path, allowing the rise of the Origin Path. They have always been unwilling to accept it. Some people targeted the Sky Cat. The Sky Dog and the Sky Cat are in cahoots. If they do not kill the Sky Dog, who should they kill? The Sky Dog had already broken through 8. If such a powerhouse does not die, how can they deal with the Sky Cat? Fong Ping understood. Finally, he asked another question. If the Sky Cat is dead, will the Great Path really collapse? Who knows? It's not dead, is it? The Sky Garrison King said casually, why don't you try killing it? Maybe it will collapse. During the Heavenly Realm, the Sky Cat was attacked and was seriously injured. Its Great Path almost collapsed. It was also at that time that the Great Path of the Heavenly Realm roared, causing a great impact. That's why the guy from the Cat Palace later died, and the Sky Cat still has someone to protect it. Why the Sky Cat? How would I know? The Sky Garrison King was afraid of dealing with these people. There were especially many questions. At this moment, he said impatiently, it might be related to the origin universe. The origins of the Sky Cat and the Sky Dog might also be related to this silent world. The one from the Cat Palace might know a little. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors might also know a little. The leader of the beginner martial artists might also know a lot. However, I was just a ranger back then. Do you know what a ranger is? According to the saying back then, I was a rogue cultivator. How would I know these things? Didn't your master tell you? As soon as these words came out, the Sky Garrison King suddenly turned to look at Fong Ping. Fong Ping said without batting an eyelid, "Didn't your master say that you've already surpassed your master?" Your master is the leader of the beginner martial artists, right? Old Zhang looked at Fong Ping strangely. Sure, this kid really knew a lot of things. Even Old Devil Li was provoked. Old Devil Li had a master. He did not even know about this. The Sky Garrison King frowned. After a while, he snorted softly. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't say what you shouldn't say. There are some things that you guys don't know a fart. Yes, I have a master. He is indeed a beginner martial artist, and also the leader of the beginner martial artists. However, beginner martial artists are also in the state of the top 100, contending for hegemony. Let's put it this way. At that time, martial arts had just appeared. Countless geniuses appeared. Each one of them was a lineage. It's not an exaggeration to say that the beginner martial artists contended for hegemony. Including the origin Tao that came later, it was also the beginner martial artists. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors had all experienced the beginner martial era. They were also considered the descendants of beginner martial artists. Tao was passed down from beginner martial artists. Among us, who doesn't have a beginner martial artist as a teacher, the Sky Garrison King looked slightly sad. In that era, it wasn't just me. Was the 9 sovereigns self-taught? That's not it either. They also had masters and seniors to teach them. Who were these seniors? Beginner martial artists. In that era, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were considered rising stars. Of course, they needed guidance. These people also had beginner martial heritage. Just like this era, it was actually also the intersection point of paleo martial arts and neo-martial arts. The creation of neo-martial arts did not mean that martial arts came out of nowhere. Fong Ping, Old Manly, and the others also had martial heritage. Your master is dead. I think so. The Sky Garrison King said lightly, it's been so many years. It's normal for him to die. The situation was chaotic back then. Who knows who was alive and who was dead? Let's not talk about this. The Sky Garrison King changed the topic. Kid, what are you going to do first? Rob. Both of them looked at him with a strange expression. Rob the saint. Rob the saint's token. Fong Ping said matter-of-factly, the saint's token is good stuff. While others are robbing the 9 sovereign seal, we'll rob the saint's token first. Having said that, Fong Ping chuckled. For example, the Heavenly Emperor Pingyu, the evil sect's 3 great protectors, they can all be robbed. The Heavenly Emperor Pingyu was not dead. As the master of the 4 Brahmas, his strength had already reached the saint level. On the fake sky grave side, only 1 saint had died until now, Luofu Mountain's venerable Emperor Qingjing. Fong Ping still despised these heavenly kings. How did they do things? More than 10 heavenly king powerhouses were here, and only 1 saint had died until now. It was really embarrassing. If I were here, the world would have been turned upside down long ago. If I don't kill dozens of saints and a few heavenly kings, is this considered stirring up trouble? Zhang Tao glanced at him and said quickly, Okay, then let's rob the saint's token first. The Sky Garrison King was tired, a guy who wished for the world to be in chaos. He hoped that he would not cause trouble. Those heavenly kings were not idiots. If Fong Ping really wanted to keep attacking and killing saints, These people would definitely not sit idly by. At the same time, the outside world, the catacombs, heavenly court. A skinny old man walked into the heavenly court, looking like a piece of rotten wood. The heavenly court's treasure hall. At this moment, a few saints were present. The old man entered the door. His voice was hoarse, like a malicious spirit, slightly sharp. Congratulations on the reconstruction of the heavenly court. The sky sword and the others looked solemn and did not speak. The skinny old man continued. Heavenly Dog and the others entered the sky grave, while the others were trapped in the fake sky grave. If the heavenly court wants to restore its former rule, this is the best time. The governor looked at the old man and said in a low voice, "What can I do for you? Can you fight against a heavenly king?" The few of them were silent. How can a saint's combat strength fight against a heavenly king? The old man said sharply, "What's the biggest difference between a saint and a heavenly king? The amplification of the origin." The governor understood and frowned. "You want to kill that cat? Don't forget, we're also on the Tao of origin. If we kill that cat, once the Tao collapses, we'll be at the mercy of others. That's not right." The old man panted. "When the Tao collapses, the stronger you are, the more you'll be affected. Without the amplification of a heavenly king, is there a huge gap between a saint and a heavenly king? This is an opportunity to narrow the gap in strength. The ones who benefit are the Chu Wu lineage." The governor replied coldly. The old man panted again and said, "Not necessarily. The Chu Wu lineage has ended, and there are not many who are still alive. We appeared again because we are unwilling. If the Tao collapses, you will only be stronger if you switch to Chu Wu lineage." Everyone frowned. The sky sword frowned and said, "If the cat dies, the Tao might not collapse. Try. That cat has already brought you a lot of trouble. If it really doesn't collapse, killing this cat will not affect you at all. It will only be beneficial, and there will be no disadvantages." The old man panted and said, "If it collapses, a golden age will begin. A new Tao will appear. Even if the emperor appears, everyone will have a chance. Now, will there really be a chance? We'll think about it again." The saints looked at each other and did not say anything else. The old man did not mind. He slowly retreated and said, "We'll wait for you." Chapter 1191. The old man left. In the throne hall, the sages were silent for a long time. After a long while, the governor said softly, "Beginner has appeared. After 30,000 years of fighting, there will be an end today. Mad Blade is still alive. Back then, he killed a sage. How strong do you think he is now?" The skinny old man looked like he had one foot in the grave, but back then he was a powerhouse of the physique. Killing a sage with his body, it was a terrifying thing. This meant that his physical strength was stronger than a sage's origin. It was at least 4 million cal and above. Now, it had been 8,000 years since the heavenly realm shattered. In these 8,000 years, had he become weaker or stronger? Sky Sword's eyes were solemn as he said in a low voice, "Beginner martial artists are very strong. Once they lose their origin, who would be a match for a beginner martial powerhouse? Back then, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors might not be able to fight them without their origin. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors have disappeared. Are the beginner martial powerhouses all dead?" After saying that, Sky Sword said in a low voice, "Without the origin, with our strength, according to the humans, we only have about 1 million cal of vitality." As soon as he said that, the few of them had strange expressions. Without the origin, the sages actually only had the strength of a desperate state. Around 1 million cal. This was the huge flaw of the origin. When that time came, who would be a match for the beginner martial powerhouses? Of course, other than the first-generation powerhouses, there were not many powerhouses after the beginner martial artists. Those who walked the path of beginner martial artists were already considered top powerhouses if they could reach the peak. However, few did not mean none. For example, Mad Blade, the second generation of the beginner martial artists who had just left, had killed a sage with his body. Without the origin, with a basic vitality of more than 4 million cal, only powerhouses who had broken 7 or 8% of the origin could fight him. However, many of the third and fourth generation of beginner martial artists had already switched to cultivating the origin. Once these people's origin collapsed, their combat power would be greatly reduced. Everyone looked at the governor. Now, the beginner martial artists had come out. The timing was extremely clever. Everyone had left. The powerhouses had all left. In these 8,000 years, the powerhouses of the three realms had been hiding. After the Heavenly Hound died, there were still many heavenly kings in the three realms. These heavenly kings also walked the origin path. Even if some heavenly kings felt that Ash's death might not affect them, they would not deliberately kill Ash. If someone was really targeting the Ash cat, he might lend a hand. With the death of the old cat, would the great Tao collapse? Even the 9 emperors could not be certain of this. If he was really sure, it wouldn't have been the cat-protecting captain who had acted alone back then. The sovereigns were also extremely confident and did not think that the death of the cat would affect their great path. It wasn't just the sovereigns, even the heavenly kings felt the same way. However, the saint-level experts were not at ease. Tianjin continued. Back then, when the gray cat was attacked, it was heavily injured. On that day, the great path was shaken. Back then, I already had the strength of a saint, but the great path was still shaken. As for the heavenly kings, I don't think I've heard the other heavenly kings mention it. Perhaps some of the newly advanced heavenly kings would be affected, but most of the older heavenly kings would not be affected too much, the governor said in a deep voice. The Chuwu lineage doesn't really hope to destroy the great Tao. However, during the period when the great Tao trembled, it would more or less be affected. At this moment, the power of the source Tao would definitely be affected. At that time, if an expert were to take action, the heavenly kings might not have the battle strength they had before. The increase of more than 3 times might drop a little. This is probably their goal. The heavenly king great Tao did not collapse, but during the period when the great Tao trembled, these people might be affected by the increase of their source Tao, causing their battle strength to drop. Once a top expert took action, killing the heavenly kings might be much easier than now. Qing Mo was a little impatient and said anxiously, if that's the case, what's the point of cooperating? If the great Tao does not collapse, we might not be able to. Once the great Tao collapses, our battle strength will instantly drop by more than half. How can we compete for hegemony in the 3 realms then? This mad saber has ill intentions. If it were up to me, I'd kill him directly to prevent him from becoming a disaster. The governor raised his hand gently and stopped her. He said softly, since the Chuwu lineage has come out, Mad Saber won't be the only one. Attacking Mad Saber now will only provoke a great enemy for us. After saying that, the governor said in a deep voice, it's not like they've wanted to kill the cat for a day or 2. Now that the cat is helping the humans, this is an opportunity. Inciting conflict between the Chuwu lineage and the humans, making them fight each other, is more in line with our interests. Qing Mo frowned and said, what if the cat is really killed? The governor glanced at her. Qing Mo had only achieved Tao for a short time, so there were some things she was not clear about. At this moment, the governor looked at Sky Sword. Sky Sword frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying, actually, there's another theory. The cat is closely related to the source. If the cat is killed, the source universe might be in turmoil. During this period, it might be an opportunity. What? Qing Mo was puzzled. Sky Sword said, these are the 2 possibilities that the sovereigns mentioned. First, if the cat is killed, many people's great Tao will collapse. Second, if the cat is dead, it might affect the balance of the source. It's extremely difficult for us to open a path now. If the cat is dead, the source will loosen. Maybe we can open a path quickly. It's not a dream to travel thousands of meters a day. This, Qing Mo frowned. Sky Sword said in a deep voice, it's not nonsense. Back then, when that person from the Cat Palace fought with the Chuwu leader, Why didn't any of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors show up? Because when the cat was attacked, the great Tao trembled. Someone really succeeded in opening a path quickly, not to mention others. King Kuin definitely gained something. He opened a path thousands of meters a day. This was later spread. So the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors are actually hesitating. To kill or not to kill? If we kill, the lower-level martial artists might have their Tao severed. But if we kill, maybe the strong ones will become stronger. Qing Mo could not help but ask, "What exactly is the cat?" Legend has it, Sky Sword exhaled and said, "Legend has it that the cat was brought back to the heavenly realm by the one who opened the source. As for the specifics, it's too long ago. It's something that happened 30,000 years ago. At that time, most of us sages were not even born, so we don't know much. Some heavenly kings might know something, but no one said it. It's a taboo. Now, there are even fewer people who know. The cat should be related to that person. The one from the cat palace might be that person's direct disciple, and he's here to protect the cat." At the mention of that person, everyone's expression changed. That was a taboo, an existence who opened a great Tao. But after that person opened a great Tao, he quickly disappeared. The battle for great Tao after that was the home ground of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. As for where that person went, whether he was alive or dead, no one knew. But as the founder, the terminator of an era, no one could ignore his existence. Where did he go? After disappearing for 30,000 years, was he still alive? If he was alive, what did he do in these 30,000 years? Was the cat brought out by that person? Where did he bring it out? The source universe? Or was it just a cat that person raised himself? No one knew. Qing Mo, the future sage, knew very little about that period. At this moment, he was getting more and more confused. Then is it good or bad to kill the cat? I don't know. Sky Sword was also very complicated. It's because I don't know that I'm confused. Killing the cat, for beginner martial artists, can't have a worse result, so they must kill it. And we don't know if the result is good or bad. If it's bad, we will instantly fall to the true God level. If it's good, maybe we can become a heavenly king in a day. So, even the source Tao has a vague attitude on whether to kill the cat or not. Among the 9 sovereigns, Spirit Sovereign advocated not to kill it. It's hard to say what the others think. The governor continued, "Some of the experts who are confident that their great Tao will not be affected actually support killing the cat." As soon as this was said, Qing Mo's expression changed. "So, the weak don't agree but the strong support?" The governor said in a low voice, "That's right. At least most of the experts agree. Otherwise, the cat wouldn't be hiding in various places and sleeping. In the past, there were countless experts in the cat palace. When it appeared, all sides came to help. But who doesn't know that most of them are emperors and there are very few sages? Why? Because when the great Tao collapses, true gods and emperors are most likely to be affected. On the other hand, sages and above are probably not affected too much. So, at that time, some emperors took the initiative to form an alliance, saying that it was because of the pressure from the cat. Is it true? The governor was also an ancient sage. At this moment, he revealed the truth of the cat's call in the past. When the heavenly bell appeared, 100 emperors gathered. Why not 100 sages? Were those venerable sovereigns fools? Why did they insist on being slaves to the cat? No, because they knew that if the cat died, they would be greatly affected. Those below the true God level are insignificant. True God warriors can't cause much pressure to sages and heavenly kings. But there is no difference between emperors and sages. So when 100 emperors gather, even heavenly kings don't dare to offend them. Sky Sword nodded. Yes, besides, those heavenly kings and sages all had venerable sovereigns under their command. Even if these people want the cat to die, they won't mention it. Otherwise, those venerable sovereigns and true gods will definitely rebel. Ching Mo finally understood everything. So that was it. The low-level warriors didn't know. The top-level warriors hoped the cat would die, but the middle-level warriors didn't. So the venerable sovereigns banded together, and 100 emperors ran amok. As for the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, the cat's death didn't affect them much, so they all chose to be neutral. Ching Mo said again, "If the beginner warriors kill the cat, it won't affect those strong warriors. Is it necessary?" Sky Sword smiled. "I said it's not certain. Since it's not certain, it's good for them. Why don't they choose it? And if it really affects the low-level warriors, you have to understand that the strong are the strong, and the foundation is the foundation. If the weak can't cultivate the origin great path, then the inheritance will be broken. Without the inheritance of the origin, as some of the top-level warriors grow old and die, what will the other warriors cultivate? Of course, it's the beginner path. This is the fight for the great path. If the root of your origin is broken, your origin will become a thing of the past sooner or later." Ching Mo frowned. "If that's the case, why will the strong warriors sit back and watch?" Sky Sword didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Palace Master Ching Mo, at that time the top-level warriors were all very young and had a long life. They were confident that even if the inheritance was broken for a while, they could quickly continue it. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors are still around. Can't such strong warriors open up a way to continue the great path?" Ching Mo completely understood now. At this moment, he looked at the crowd. What were their opinions? Were they really going to kill the cat? The origin lineage was very conflicted about killing the cat. Because of uncertainty, the governor was silent for a while and said slowly, "We won't participate." Most of the origin lineage has this attitude towards this matter. We won't participate, we won't protect, and we won't attack. Moreover, there are many strong warriors behind the cat. The Chu Wu lineage hopes that we can hold back some of the human race's strong warriors, including Tian Mu and the other sages, as well as the Spirit Emperor lineage and the Beast Emperor lineage. Even if they come out now, they shouldn't be strong enough. In addition, they are afraid of the other sages, so they hope that we can hold back some people and take this opportunity to kill the cat. At this moment, Haiyu suddenly said, "Governor, you've made a decision." The governor didn't say anything. Discussing the ash cat without the slightest scruple was actually a decision. Tell the cat that someone wants to kill you, and it's not us. Sit back and watch the tigers fight, but they might hold back some of the strong warriors who came to help. For example, Kai Dai, Cosmic Dragon, and the others. But tell the cat in advance that you are in danger. This way, if the humans are prepared, an unexpected battle may break out. Let both sides be prepared, and not let the cat be ambushed. Previously, when Mad Blade mentioned the cat, it was only that cat. He did not say its name, but they named it without restraint. Even if Mad Blade mentioned its name, the cat might not be able to sense it because the other party was a beginner martial artist. But the governor and the other powerhouses discussed it again and again, and the probability of the cat sensing it was very high. Everyone did not know much about the cat's ability, but they had always felt that the cat had the ability to predict. At least, if there was hostility toward the cat might sense it. Seeing that the governor was silent, everyone roughly knew what he meant. However, Sky Sword still said, "If Mad Blade dares to come, I'm afraid he has full confidence. Even if we don't make a move, they might make a move. Then let him be." The governor did not care too much. This had nothing to do with him. Very quickly, the viceroy changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Fang Ping and the others have entered the fake sky cemetery. The human forces are shrinking now. It's time for us to take action, subduing the beyond heaven, subduing the overseas immortal islands, and recreating the glory of the heavenly court of the 3 realms. This is what we should do. What about the humans? We'll talk about it after they make their move. The God Crafting Envoy is still here. That's good too. Let these beginner martial artists test it out. Human kings and martial kings are not good people either. At that time, a great battle will definitely break out. Sitting back and watching them kill each other is more in line with our interests. Everyone nodded. Perhaps this was the best choice. But once the Heavenly King appears, someone whispered that they were not the Heavenly King. Once the Heavenly King appeared, what would they do? Sages were strong, but they were no match for a Heavenly King. Rebuilding the Heavenly Court was a huge problem. From the looks of it, the Heavenly Kings had already left the mountain, and a group of Heavenly Kings might return very soon. How should they deal with them then? The governor said solemnly, "First, Tao corroboration, Heavenly King. After subduing the skies beyond heaven and the overseas immortal islands, the Heavenly Court's position will be stable. There will definitely be some feedback, such as the great Tao becoming clearer. We still have a chance. Secondly, we are not without experts. Even if the Heavenly King returns, we will still be an overlord. Third, a combined attack. Back then, the most famous thing in the Heavenly Court was not the royal cultivation technique, but the 36-star formation. Since the Heavenly Sword is here, then during this period of time, it might be of great help to us to cultivate. With the 9 saints working together, it might not be difficult for us to fight against a few Heavenly Kings." Sky Sword nodded his head and said, "That's feasible." Back then, Tian Kuei led the 36 saints and sparred with the 8 kings a few times. Amongst the 8 kings, 5 of the Heavenly Kings joined hands and were defeated by us in the end. Unfortunately, the 36 saints have now split up. He thought back to the glory of the past. The 5 Heavenly Kings had been defeated by them. Back then, Tian Kuei was not convinced that King Kuin had taken over his position as one of the 8 kings, so he did not stop looking for trouble. Although the 8 kings were strong against 36 saints, no, Tian Kuei was even a Heavenly King. The 5 kings were defeated. This was a glorious achievement that the 36 saints would remember for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, many of them had died, and the others had also gone their separate ways. It was difficult to gather the 36 saints of the past. Sky Sword said, "In some broken worlds, there are still divine armies of the Heavenly Court. Sky Speed and the others have already gone to receive them. Once they return, we will practice the great formation of the past. These people can also fight experts." Everyone discussed for a while and quickly dispersed. As for the reply to the Chuwu lineage, it was not to reply. Do whatever you want. At the same time, Demonic City. The cat sighed. "Here it comes again. Here it comes again. This cat sleeps and eats, and you people keep thinking about me. How annoying." Whipping the sleeping Jiao away with its tail, the cat said unhappily, "Puppy, you've become decadent after reaching the peak. Hurry up and cultivate. Go fight. Aren't there many experts in the Forbidden Sea? Go fight. If I stay in the human world any longer, this cat will eat dog meat." The Jiao looked innocent. Did this cat get agitated again? That stupid bull, Boundless Force, ran away. It was lonely now, and was beaten by a cat while sleeping. How could it live? The cat ignored it and looked at Fang Yuan, who was still practicing martial arts, and mumbled. That chubby face was even more hardworking than it. When it taught her cultivation methods, it thought that chubby face was afraid of pain and would cry at the sight of the heavens, but it didn't cry. This cat doesn't want to cultivate. The cat lay on the ground, depressed. It didn't want to cultivate. Cultivation was too tiring, but now there were so many people who wanted to kill it. What should it do? They all felt that killing it would be the beginning of a new era. After killing it, those top experts would probably come out of their seclusion and start a new round of battles. Killing the ash cat would become a symbol of an era. How innocent. The cat was depressed and sad. It wanted to kill the cat. Did the cat eat your food? The next moment, it appeared in a small world. There was a lake in the small world, and there were all kinds of fish in it. The cat was not in the mood to eat this time. It rolled to the edge of the world, looked at the darkness at the edge, and scratched its head. Was it going to open a path? Would it be tiring to open a path? Would it lose a few 100,000 catties after opening it? As it thought about it, it was tired, exhausted, and could not open its eyes. After a while, the cat in reality let out a low snore. Sleep. Open a path? How tiring. At the side, the Jiao's face darkened. This fat cat said that it didn't work hard, but what about itself? It fell asleep so quickly. It had the nerve to say that it didn't cultivate. In Spirit Emperor Dojo. At this moment, Fang Ping had not even started his grand robbery. Yet he had actually encountered Moon Spirit. When he met Moon Spirit, Old Zhang and Heavenly King Jin ran away. This surprised Fang Ping. Did they do something to Moon Spirit that they dared not show up now? He only thought this in his heart. Otherwise, Old Zhang and Heavenly King Jin would not go easy on him. They just did not want to be entangled with the crazy Moon Spirit. Moon Spirit had just suffered a blow, and her emotions were unstable. If they met, a fight might break out. There was no need for that. As for Fang Ping did not run when he met them, but insisted on going over. They could not be bothered. Fang Ping was not weak. Even if Moon Spirit attacked, she would not be able to kill Fang Ping in a short time. They could just come back. On a tall mountain, Moon Spirit sat on the peak, motionless. Even when Fang Ping walked back and forth a few times, this woman pretended not to see him. Her temper was much better than before. Of course, it could be that she did not care. Fang Ping walked a few rounds. Seeing that she did not move, he chuckled and moved closer. When they were about 1,000 meters apart, he smiled and said, "Senior Moon Spirit, long time no see." Moon Spirit glanced at him. Her gaze was cold, and she was not in a good mood. If Fang Ping dared to talk nonsense again, she would strike him to death. Fang Ping smiled. "Senior, are you still sad for Hongyu? You have a death wish." Moon Spirit's aura exploded. Fang Ping said hurriedly, "Don't worry. That Hongyu is fake. His consciousness has long been destroyed by the chaotic consciousness. The real Hongyu will not let go of you, Senior." Moon Spirit frowned. She stopped and did not attack again. Fang Ping smiled. "Senior, actually it's easy to find the real Hongyu. If he killed the current Hongyu, broke his origin world, extracted the real Hongyu's origin energy and resurrected him, even if his strength would be greatly reduced, he would still be Senior's Tao partner, not the fake Hongyu." "Senior, do you think what I said makes sense?" Moon Spirit frowned and looked at him coldly. Fang Ping smiled. "Of course, this is just my guess. I think the real Hongyu still loves you, Senior. 8,000 years ago, when Hongyu escaped from the heavenly realm, I suspect that part of his origin might have been taken by his father, the earthly sovereign's consciousness. That's why the earthly sovereign's clone was born. Senior, why don't we try? Kill the fake Hongyu, extract his origin, and see if we can extract the real Hongyu's origin chi? Of course, this is just a guess. It might not be true." Moon Spirit looked at him coldly and said coldly, "That day you lied to me, saying that you found his remains." Fang Ping smiled. "I didn't lie to you, Senior. He really gave me that sword. The Hongyu from that day is this. I thought he was the person you were looking for, Senior. That day he said that he was already dead. His remains were destroyed and only the sword was left. I gave the sword to you. I didn't lie to you, did I?" Moon Spirit snorted coldly, her gaze icy. Li Zhu and the others said that if they met you, they would just beat you to death and not say another word. Fang Ping sneered. "Those people were just afraid that I would expose their conspiracy. Although I'm young, I have a high IQ. As soon as I find some clues, I can trace it back to the source and find out the truth. Some of their conspiracies can't withstand my deduction, and I will see through them very quickly. That's why they were afraid of me, afraid that I would open my mouth. They didn't dare to let me say those things. Otherwise, I wasn't even a true god. Why would they be afraid of me? It's all because they were afraid of my IQ, afraid that I would expose them," Moon Spirit sneered, her disdain overflowing from her words. "Senior, you don't have to have this attitude. You think I'm lying, Fong Ping said casually. I'm a very observant person. For example, Senior, if you're hiding your strength, it's definitely not as simple as just breaking 6. If you unleash your full strength, you might have the combat strength of breaking 6 peak, right? Moon Spirit looked at him coldly, sneered, and did not answer. Fong Ping chuckled. Senior, do you think I'm wrong? Moon Spirit said nothing, too lazy to care. Fong Ping smiled playfully. It was just a guess, it was not against the law. The leader of the northern sect in the past. The leader of the physique sect, a top-notch powerhouse. If not, how could Mount Wangwu lead the powerhouses of the northern sect? After advancing from rank 9 to rank 9, honing to rank 9, although it was not the first 9 refinements of rank 8, the limit of the subsequent 9 refinements was actually the same, just lacking a qualitative change. This meant that at impasse, Moon Spirit's basic vitality was also 250,000 calories. Rank 9's 500,000 calories. At impasse, the peak vitality growth of 1,000 meters was 5,000 calories. As an Emperor level, she had at least a peak vitality foundation of 300,000 calories. An Emperor level metamorphosis, an increase of 100,000 calories vitality, that would be 400,000. From Emperor level to Heavenly King, 10,000 meters increased by 10,000 cal. At Heavenly King, it could also increase about 100,000 calories vitality. That would be 500,000 calories. At Heavenly King, there was also a huge increase, about 200,000 calories. This meant that Moon Spirit's peak vitality was at least 700,000 calories. It was equivalent to 1 per million calories at rank 9. 3 times the increase, it was at least 6 million calories and above. This was the minimum. In fact, with this ability, it was not strange to unleash the strength of just breaking 6. However, it did not stop Fong Ping from guessing. Did the Northern Sect leader succeed in forging jade bones? Fong Ping suspected that jade bones could cause another qualitative change in vitality. This meant that Moon Spirit might have another qualitative change in vitality that would be more than 10 million cal. Even if the explosive force was not strong enough, unable to break 7, it was still possible to break 6 peak. As for why he guessed so, it was related to the Northern Sect leader, and also to the fact that Moon Spirit's golden body had never been broken by anyone. This woman hid it well. Maybe it was because she did not fight enough. Maybe it was because of her identity. She did not want her golden body to be broken. Anyway, Fong Ping had asked before. No one had seen her golden body being broken before. Was it because she had forged jade bones and did not want to expose it? The imaginative Fong Ping guessed casually, laughing unscrupulously. Senior, is it difficult to forge jade bones? Can you teach me? After staying in the royal house for so many years, Senior has been forging jade bones? I heard that among the descendants of the emperor back then, Senior was also extraordinarily talented, even more outstanding than King Kuin. That useless King Kuin has broken 7, maybe even 8. Senior has actually just achieved Heavenly King. That's too scary. I heard that the Celestial Pole Prince and the others were suppressed by Senior back then. Even now, when they see Senior, they are still a little afraid. Senior has actually achieved Heavenly King later than him. Isn't that too slow? It's not like Senior has never participated in a war. In the war between the North and the South, Senior fought in the North and South. Are you not as good as some old antiques in closed-door cultivation? Chapter 1192. On the high mountain, Fong Ping smiled brightly. His expression was calm. I'm just saying, it's fine if it's not true. It really shows my wisdom. The leader of the North Sect, the daughter of the North Emperor, Moon Spirit, might have forged jade bones. The union of Moon Spirit and Hongyu was sensational in that era, because they were both prodigies. Among the descendants of the emperors, both of them were considered the most outstanding. King Kuin became a heavenly king earlier because he was older. Moon's spirit was not dead. She had been alive for a long time and only became a heavenly king recently. Wasn't that too slow? Hong Yu, who was as powerful as her back then, had become a heavenly king long ago. At the very least, when he was pretending to be the earthly emperor's avatar, it was almost 6,000 years. Was the difference between Moon's spirit and Hong Yu that huge? If she had been forging jade bones for the past 8,000 years, it would make sense. Moon's spirit looked at Fong Ping. After a while, she sneered. What a glib tongue! Putting on an act and making a few random guesses can make this empress look at you in a different light? Fong Ping smiled. I'm just chatting. Don't mind me, senior. Moon's spirit sneered. She looked at him unkindly. What do you want to say by looking for me? Li Zhen and Zhang Tao left the moment they saw me. You're brave enough to stay. Do you want me to fight for you? Do you think I'm as stupid as the celestial polarity? The corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. What she said the next moment, Fong Ping could not help but ask, is the celestial polarity prince really that stupid? Moon's spirit's expression turned colder. After I said that, you're still going to mock me? Is the celestial polarity stupid? Are you trying to pick a fight? Fong Ping saw that she did not reply. He smiled. All right, I'll get straight to the point. Senior, let's work together. You're all alone. Do you really think Hong Yu and Hong Kuin are with you? You're all alone. Moon's spirit sneered. All alone? If I don't do anything, who dares to kill me? Hong Yu and Hong Kuin won't do anything to me. King Qian and the rest won't either. If they kill me, will Hong Yu and the rest just sit back and do nothing? Even if they don't do anything, those people will be afraid and won't dare to do anything. On the contrary, no one dares to do anything to me. The human race is the same. Do you dare? Would Li Zhen and Zhang Tao dare? I can completely stay out of this matter. So why should I cooperate with you? Fong Ping, do you think you're the smartest person in the world? When the war between the North and the South broke out, the other paradises were almost completely destroyed. Only the Wanggu sect was almost unharmed. Even the Weiyu mountain was preserved. Qing Tong was also saved by me. Moon Spirit said coldly, that's why Qing Tong can fight for me and return the favor of saving my life, including the unquestionable sword that you can command. Ask him, does he dare act against me? More than 2,000 years ago, he schemed against all living beings. Who was it that stood up for him? He's currently standing on your side, but that doesn't mean he'll attack me. What are you trying to say? Are you saying that this empress is alone and will be surrounded and killed? In this place, if this palace is willing to appear, I can find more heavenly kings than you. Even Li Zhu owes me a favor. How dare you plot against me? Fong Ping grimaced in pain. After a long time, he said dryly, Senior, you're pretending to be crazy. Crazy? Yu Ling sneered. Who's the crazy one? Let me tell you, the ones who are crazy are the experts of the 3 realms. Who isn't crazy? Is Li Zhen a lunatic among the normal people in your eyes? He is. God crafting envoy, right? That's true. King Qian, King Sun. These people are all crazy. Including you, do you think you're not? Wrong, you are. Moon Spirit stood up. This world is crazy. Ever since the heavenly realm was destroyed, everyone has gone crazy. No, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors have all gone crazy. 10,000 years ago, when the Immortal Source project started, they actually went crazy. This is a crazy era. A bunch of lunatics have gathered in this era. You guys are crazy, but you don't know it, yet you're mocking this palace for being crazy. What a joke. Fong Ping was silent. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping nodded and said, Senior is right, we've all gone crazy. We've been forced to go crazy. Humans are so innocent. Why do you all have to target humans? That's the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors' fault. Moon Spirit sneered. Because you guys are weak. But you guys are the beginning of all living beings. Beginner martial arts and origin originate from the human race. The so-called immortals and gods are also humans. The human race is the origin of all living beings. You guys don't have the strength, and you're the key to the plan, so of course we have to target you. What's there to be innocent about? Just like how you trample an ant to death. Do you think the ant is innocent? Senior seems to know a lot of things. Is it a lot? Moon Spirit laughed a little crazily. There are always people who think that they can control all living beings. But little do they know that it is just a fantasy. They all live in their own world, always thinking that everything will go according to their plans. How laughable. Fong Ping looked at her, speechless for a long time. It was a bad start. The first heavenly king he met seemed to know a lot of things, and was not as crazy as he appeared. That's right. Did Moon Spirit really lead the northern faction just because of her identity and status? That may not be the case. In the battle between the north and south, Wang Wu was practically unscathed. They had nurtured more than 10 absolute peak experts, and there were even monarch-level existences. This was not something that the other sects could compare to. Fong Ping was ready to give up. Forget it. I'll just go and fool Celestial Terminus. Moon Spirit was more complicated than he had imagined. Right at this moment, Moon Spirit suddenly said, "Do you know that the Grand Tao has an end?" Moon Spirit smiled faintly and said, "Don't you understand? The Great Tao has an end. Some people had already reached the end. The Heavenly King is the starting point and also the end. Some people can't go on anymore. Their path has been blocked." Fong Ping frowned. "Senior, you mean, it's in this place. Many of these people have actually reached the end, do you know? Breaking 7 is almost the end." Moon Spirit said faintly, "Fong Li Zhan, God Forging Envoy, Sea Guardian, King Qian Li Zhu. These people may have already reached the end. Their path has been blocked. At this moment, they can no longer move forward. Breaking 7 is considered the limit, but some people want to break 8, and some people have achieved it. That is because of some special circumstances. If Feng broke 8, then he broke a seal and broke the gate of spiritual consciousness. If Li Zhen broke 8, the biggest possibility is that he broke the energy gate. And now, these people want to break 9, want to break all the obstacles and become a true invincible powerhouse. That is why they are crazy." Fong Ping asked curiously, "Break the seal? Can the Sanjiao gate be broken?" "Of course, as long as you are strong enough." Moon Spirit said faintly, "The Sanjiao gate is not an obstacle. You don't understand. Let me put it this way. Back then, when the emperors blocked the road, it might not have been out of malice, but the Immortal Source plan might have gone wrong. The Immortal Source plan was the key to the fall of Celestial Realm, not because of blocking the road. Heavenly Emperor Zhan objected in the Celestial Court, not because of the establishment of the Sanjiao Gate, but because the Immortal Source plan could easily go wrong. As it turned out, there was really a mistake." Fong Ping looked at her. Moon Spirit said faintly, "From what my father said, there are some things that outsiders don't understand. Back then, my father doted on me. When they talked about things, they would not hide some things from me. The chaos still appeared in the Immortal Source plan." Fong Ping asked in a low voice, "What is the Immortal Source plan?" "I don't know." Moon Spirit smiled calmly. "Don't ask me, I don't know either. But I can tell you some things about the Sanjiao Gate. The Sanjiao Gate is not an obstacle, but a kind of training. It tells everyone that only by breaking the Sanjiao Gate completely can it be truly comprehensive. Otherwise, it will be the same as the ultimate path. It will be flawed, a very big flaw. The Ultimate Emperor also knows about this, so the Sanjiao Gate of the Ultimate Emperor also exists. But in their Sanjiao Gate, there must be a gate that does not have any obstacles." Fong Ping's pupils contracted slightly. He had heard about this from Tai Tu before. Tai Tu and the rest. Pushing the gate seemed very simple. Under normal circumstances, Extreme Tao Venerable Emperors have 2 sealed doors, and they need to break these 2 doors. Only then can they become a true emperor an all-round emperor. Moon Spirit sneered. What do you think the Sanjiao Gate is? Do you know when there was no Sanjiao Gate, countless powerhouses in the three realms self-destructed and died? The Sanjiao Gate is a means of protection, not a means of restriction. A bunch of idiots always think that the Sanjiao Gate is the restriction, the key to stopping them from becoming emperors. Let me tell you, when you break the gate of life, you can also be considered to have achieved Jade Bones Dao. When you break the energy gate, your human vitality will go through a qualitative change. When you break the gate of spiritual consciousness, similarly, your spiritual consciousness will also go through a qualitative change. The qualitative change of your spiritual consciousness will urge your origin to move forward and become stronger. Moon Spirit said mockingly, "Do you understand now? The Sanjiao Gate is a good thing, not a bad thing. The real bad thing is in the sky." Fang Ping looked up at the sky, at the source of energy, the big sun. Even from here, he could see it. This was the bad thing? Moon Spirit said coldly, "You dare to fool me when you only know bits and pieces of it. What a joke! I'm telling you all this to let you understand that the idiot in your eyes will always be more clear-headed than you." Fang Ping shrugged, saying indifferently, "I'm only 21 years old. I've been practicing martial arts for a little more than 3 years. It's normal that I don't know. It's nothing." Moon Spirit's eyes were ice cold. She wanted to kill him. Showing off to me? Was being 21 years old that great? Fang Ping did not care about this. Instead, he asked curiously, if that's the case, to achieve Jade Bones, one must break the Sanjiao Gate. That's right. Then beginner martial artists. Beginner martial artists are beginner martial artists. Origin is origin. Different paths lead to different cultivation methods. The establishment of the Sanjiao Gate is to let origin martial artists have a clearer concept and know where their goals are. Unfortunately, the Immortal Source project went wrong before the matter was fully publicized. Fang Ping nodded, understanding a little. The problem was not the blockage, but the problem of the Immortal Source. No wonder Old Wang and the rest also had the Sanjiao Gate. Maybe the 4 emperors also had the Sanjiao Gate back then. They also wanted to break their own limits and acknowledge the existence of the Sanjiao Gate. No wonder they could walk the great path in the opposite direction. It was because one of the gates was accessible. Maybe I can try walking the great path in the opposite direction. Push open the Sanjiao Gate and forge Jade Bones. Fang Ping thought in his heart. The current him was not that eager to walk tens of thousands of meters on the great path. This was because his origin world was covering these great paths. However, if he walked the great path in the opposite direction and forged Jade Bones, then it would be different. However, the difficulty would be extremely high. Emperors had flaws. This was what old Zhang told him. Fang Ping suspected that there might be problems with the emperor's Dao too. Some emperors did not seem to have Jade Bones. The origin Dao has flaws. It's not just a problem with the origin. This thought arose in Fang Ping's mind. The old cat told him that the emperors might have unified their strength. However, now it seemed that it was not perfect. Moon Spirit had said so much today. It had helped Fang Ping a lot. At least he knew how to forge Jade Bones. Break the life gate. The Sanjiao Gate was the vitality gate. The catacombs called it the energy gate. Spirit gate. Life gate. The life gate was related to the flesh. The vitality gate was related to vitality. As he thought about it, Fang Ping fell into deep thought. Moon Spirit said indifferently again, "There's still some things that you might not know. However, you can go and ask. Maybe you'll gain something." "What?" "Go and find dragon transformation." Moon Spirit smiled playfully. "There's a big secret on dragon transformation. Maybe it's related to something. However, I won't go. If you're interested, you can go and ask." Dragon transformation. Fang Ping's pupils contracted again. There was a secret on dragon transformation. He had thought about this before. After all, it was a demon. It had hidden for countless years and was only recently discovered to be a demon. This ability was not small. Even Heavenly King Jin and the others were not too clear about this. The old cat should have known. Unfortunately, this cat had forgotten a lot of things. Fong Ping did not forget the scene he saw in Skywood. The old cat had taken dragon transformation with its mouth when it was young. Moon Spirit smiled brightly. At this moment, there was not a trace of madness. In the next moment, the void shattered. Moon Spirit stepped on the air and left. She smiled faintly. Don't underestimate anyone, including Celestial Polarity and Hong Kuan, who you think are stupid. Why did you help me, Senior? Help you? Maybe. Moon Spirit smiled faintly. Was it help? That might not be the case. Maybe it was a trap? Fong Ping's consideration was too simple. Telling him something, was that helping him? Moon Spirit left. In the next moment, Heavenly King Zhen and Old John came out. Both of them asked curiously, "What did she say?" "Didn't you hear?" Fong Ping was puzzled. Did they eavesdrop? Old John was speechless. How? This woman sealed the void. As soon as my mentality touched it, it was shattered by her. What's there to listen to? Fong Ping understood and smiled. She said that you're not good people, especially seniorly. You've already broken through 8. You've broken through the life gate and the vitality gate. You're just short of the mentality gate to break through 9, but you're pretending to be weak. Heavenly King Zhen's face darkened. Nonsense. Fong Ping yawned. Maybe. She also said that you forged jade bones a long time ago. I don't know what you're afraid of, but you have to pretend. Nonsense. Fong Ping chuckled. Moon Spirit said it, not me. Oh right, she also said that you old Zhang. What did she say about me? Zhang Tao said disapprovingly, I didn't hide my strength. Nowadays, humans are eager to be strong and intimidating. She didn't say that you hid your strength. She said that you're two-faced, shameless, thick-skinned, likes to eavesdrop, not a good person. Zhang Tao's gaze was sharp. He looked at him. Were you sure this was what Moon Spirit said? Or did you say it yourself? Did you find someone to arrange it? Fong Ping was calm. Moon Spirit said it. Heavenly King, subduing, had a headache. Looking at the two of them cross-eyed, he shouted, Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Let's get down to business. Take advantage of the fact that everyone is not on guard now and see if we can see some treasures. It's best for us to split up and gather together. We'll be too big of a target. Fong Ping, go and see some saint tokens by yourself. We'll split up too. Fong Ping was speechless. It's not that easy for me to take down a saint. Don't give me that. You can hide your aura. If the average saint encounters you alone, they won't be able to guard against you. You're more dangerous than us. After all, their auras were strong. The saints could more or less sense them. If they encountered them from afar, they would have to run. Fong Ping was different. If this guy hid, the saints could hardly sense his presence. All right then, Fong Ping added, we'll split up when dealing with the saints. When dealing with the heavenly kings, the two of you must hurry over. The two of them ignored him. Very quickly, they broke through the void and disappeared on the spot. Fong Ping pondered for a moment and had an idea. Perhaps he should look for the Dragon Transformation Emperor. Did he have a saint token on him? Maybe he did. It seemed that the 4 lords of Brahma all had this thing. Break through the Sanjiao Gate and develop in an all-round way. Fong Ping just found out about this. At this moment, in a huge small world, Li Hansong's upper body was bare. His lower body was wrapped in animal skin. He had long hair. The only thing he lacked was a nose ring. He walked on the quaint street with a swagger. Forged jade bones. At this moment, Li Hansong was speaking a language that Fong Ping could not understand. He waved his arm and said proudly, I've also forged half a jade bone. Do I need to learn from the origin Dao martial artists? Even emperors can't achieve jade bones? Beside Li Hansong, someone dressed in a brocade robe was not as wild as him. Upon hearing that, he laughed and said, "Of course, Brother Iron is different from the origin martial artists. Half jade bones. This is something that many second-generation beginners can't achieve. I didn't expect Brother Iron to be so powerful, but it's also fortunate that Brother Iron has jade bones. Otherwise, if we met that day, I'm afraid the City Lord would have already killed Brother Iron. Brother Iron, your lineage has been living in seclusion for too long. If Brother Iron did not come out of the mountains, I'm afraid people would have forgotten about you." Li Hansong said carelessly, "Of course, martial artists have to live deep in the mountains when they cultivate. Look at you guys. You've thrown away the traditions of your ancestors. Now you're learning to be origin martial artists and even wearing brocade robes. Beginners shouldn't wear clothes. When I was young, I never wore clothes in the mountains. I was close to nature." Beside him, the youth in the brocade robe smiled bitterly. Brother Iron is right. No wonder Brother Iron didn't wear anything the first time we met. Li Hansong's expression did not change, but he cursed in his heart. Was it because I didn't wear it? Wasn't it because I was forced? Who knew that it would be so dangerous? I was chased by a masterstroke monster and almost got eaten. Didn't you guys come before my armor could appear? If I didn't say that, would I tell you that I ran naked on purpose? Luckily, I'm smart. In addition, I heard a few words from Old Wang and knew that there was a high probability that I met the beginners. Sure enough, I guessed correctly. Li Hansong was very proud. Soon, he said, "When I achieve jade bones, I'll kill that monster with the strength of a saint. How dare it eat my master? It's too much." The people behind him revealed looks of pity. It was a pity that the powerhouse of this lineage was eaten by a saint monster. That was true. There were many monsters and powerhouses in the nearby sea. Wasn't he courting death by entering the sea for no reason? There were many powerhouses in the beginner's lineage. However, the strength of a saint was extremely powerful. Brother Iron has already forged half jade bones. He's not far from jade bones, the youth in the brocade robe said enviously. It's rare to see a pure beginners like Brother Iron now. Only Brother Iron can persevere. Now, many people from the beginner's lineage have already switched to the origin Tao. These people, sigh, their strength improves too quickly. I'm envious. It's a pity that I can't mention this. Otherwise, my father will definitely not let me off easily. As the youth in the brocade robe spoke, he continued, "I wonder when I'll be able to advance to the 9th refinement of the golden body. Now, my golden body is still at the 8th refinement. To me, jade bones are like a dream." The youth was really envious and in awe. Persevering in the beginner's path and reaching this step, this beginners who walked out of the deep mountains and forests might not be too powerful. However, half jade bones meant that he was really suitable to walk the beginner's path. Moreover, his talent was terrifyingly powerful. How many beginners had not forged jade bones for tens of thousands of years? This guy was actually fast. Of course, the so-called half jade bones only meant that the golden body was strong and slightly jade-like. It had not reached that level yet. This step might take tens of thousands of years to walk to jade bones. However, this guy in front of him definitely had a bright future. He heard that even the powerhouses in the central mainland knew about him now. They knew that there was a pure beginner's genius who walked out of the barren land. Li Hansong smiled proudly, but he was secretly groaning in his heart. Jade bones were the reason for his success and failure. Jade bones saved his life, but now, if he really came into contact with some top-notch beginners' powerhouses, he would be in big trouble. He was not Fong Ping who could change his aura. Most beginners cultivated vitality. Of course, there were also people who cultivated energy. This was nothing. The most important thing was no one cultivated the Sanjiao Gate. No one had discovered it now, but it did not mean that it would never be discovered. Once his Sanjiao Gate was discovered, then he would be in big trouble. It was not that no one in the Chu mainland cultivated the Sanjiao Gate. But how could those who cultivated the Sanjiao Gate have jade bones? Li Hansong looked around. Should he find a chance to run away? He was so scared. Old Wang had tricked him. He had said that there was an opportunity here. Was this it? To think that he had gone through so much trouble to come here. He was almost eaten by monsters along the way. If not for the divine armor, he would have died long ago. He had finally come here. If he was exposed now, there would definitely be a lot of gossip. Looking at the animal skin he was wearing, he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Who liked this look? But now he had no choice but to pretend. He had to pretend to be ignorant to survive. He did not know anything about this God-forsaken place. He could not pretend anymore. At this time, the youth in the brocade robe beside him said, "This time, Brother Iron, when you go to the central mainland, you will definitely be favored by powerhouses. Maybe not long after, you can forge real jade bones and become a big shot in this world. Brother Iron, when that time comes, don't forget me," Li Hansong said casually. "Why would I? Am I Iron Fist, that kind of person? Actually, I don't want to be apprenticed. I have a master. Although he's dead, he's still my only master. Tell me, if I don't be apprenticed, can I learn anything?" The youth in the brocade robe cursed in his heart. "Idiot! This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you actually rejected it. You stayed in the deep mountains and forests until you became an idiot. I don't know what kind of luck you have, but your talent is terrifyingly strong, and you actually forged half-jade bones. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten your turn. P.S. Late update stuck. It's impossible to maintain the state of pissing oneself in writing for more than a year. Please forgive me, everyone." Chapter 1193. Secondly, those who did not subscribe kept asking why the chapters were so expensive. The author was heartless and only replied once. The subscription price of the platform is the same. It's not that I'm expensive. Every chapter starts at 6,000 words. Look at other people's chapters that cost 2,000 words. There's no point in comparing. Thirdly, the book review doesn't ask why the posts were deleted. There's no ban on posts. That means it's not because the posts were deleted. If the posts were deleted, they would be banned. That's the system's problem. Fourthly, I want to announce a piece of good news. Gao Wu Comics have started development. However, it's hard to say when it will be released. The traditional Chinese version has also been published. I've never heard of the simplified version, so I won't say anything more. Chapter 1194. They used to be companions, but now they had their own paths. Fang Ping couldn't care less about his companions now. The Spirit Emperor dojo was huge. The dojo of the past emperors was naturally extremely huge. At this moment, a large number of experts were scattered around. All of them had concealed their auras and were hiding on the ground. Fang Ping wandered on the ground, looking for a target. There were many Heavenly King powerhouses here, but they were all fighting for the 9 Emperor Seals in the depths. Not many Heavenly Kings were around. Fang Ping hid in the dark, ready to find someone. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he flew away. The next moment, a giant hand broke through the void, shattering the void where Fang Ping was. 6th Heaven Break. A long-distance attack broke through the 6th heaven. Fang Ping was very far away. At this moment, Fang Ping, who had escaped 100 miles away, looked into the distance with golden light in his eyes. A figure flashed in the distant void. King Kuan. King Kuan glanced at Fang Ping and said lightly, "You're sharp." Fang Ping frowned. King Kuan smiled and tore the void to leave. Fang Ping's expression changed. He also tore the void and left. Although he could conceal his aura, he was in a hurry. It was easy for a powerhouse like King Kuan to sense the fluctuation of the void. Fang Ping was not surprised to see King Kuan's long-distance attack. If it were him, he would also attack if he encountered a few true god enemies. "Looks like I didn't fool them," Fang Ping sighed. He was not too surprised. Even if the Sky Sealing clan had destroyed the divine sect, King Kuan might not start a war with them. King Kuan was very patient. For 8,000 years, he almost never left the divine sect. This guy was more patient than expected. Fang Ping and King Kuan left one after another. The next moment, someone arrived. Dou Tian and Li Zhu. Their mentality swept around. Li Zhu chuckled. Let's go. Hong Kuan was just testing Fang Ping. He's not ready to kill Fang Ping yet. After all, Li Zhen is here. Dou Tian's expression was gloomy. He looked at Li Zhu and said, Fang Ping must be killed. Fang Ping is more terrifying than I thought. His Tao is boundless. He has the combat strength of a true god. I suspect that his Tao is amplified in both directions. Hearing this, Li Zhu's expression changed slightly. Soon he nodded and said, I'm afraid so. Otherwise, even if his golden body 9 refinements had undergone a qualitative change in the quality of his qi and blood, he wouldn't have the strength he has today. The amplification of his essence is even greater than that of an emperor. I'm afraid there's something special about the 9th refinement's spiritual sense. At their level, they were no fools. Fang Ping's strength was extraordinary. Either his vitality had undergone 3 qualitative changes, or there was something wrong with his origin. If one's qi and blood had undergone a qualitative change, one would be able to sense it when fighting. Looking at it now, it was more likely that Fang Ping's origin had a higher increase. This was different from when Fang Ping had just achieved Tao validation. Li Zhu pondered for a while, then said, his Tao is special, and the distance he has opened up isn't very long. He has a lot of room for improvement in the future. Fang Ping is indeed a strong opponent. In my opinion, he's even scarier than the Heavenly King suppressing. No matter how strong the Heavenly King suppressing is, he's already reached a limit. He hasn't been able to advance even an inch for many years. As for Fang Ping and Zhang Tao, although Zhang Tao has improved quickly, it's related to Zhang Tao's King Path. Fang Ping's strength isn't just a matter of King Path. At this point, Li Zhu's eyes were deep, and he said softly, actually, everyone can see Fang Ping's threat. He has proven his Tao and killed a saint, and he has already aroused everyone's fear. It would have been fine if he didn't come here, but since he's here, kill him. Dou Tian was a little depressed. It's very difficult to kill him. That's because you've just become a heavenly king not long ago. Your golden body might not be as powerful as his, and you can't seal his essence, so naturally it's difficult to kill him. Li Zhu was not surprised. Fang Ping was not that easy to kill. At least it would be difficult for Dou Tian, who had just advanced not long ago, to kill Fang Ping. If Dou Tian could seal Fang Ping's essence, of course, it would be easy. The problem was that he could not do it. At this moment, Li Zhu said with some regret, your master is not willing to come out now. Otherwise, if he enters this place, he can seal Fang Ping instantly, and Fang Ping will definitely die. King Conferment was very powerful. This was publicly acknowledged. His mentality was terrifyingly powerful. Perhaps it had reached a limit. Sealing Fang Ping and Fang Ping's 10,000-meter Tao was useless. But King Conferment was not willing to enter this place. Although his clone was here, it was not his real body after all. How could he seal Fang Ping so easily? Dou Tian was also a little regretful, but he still shook his head. Master can't leave now, Li Zhu said lightly. It's not that he can't leave, he just doesn't want to get involved now. He doesn't want to go against King Conferment now, in case he gets hurt and can't participate in the final battle. But he doesn't know if it's worth it to nurture a tiger. Dou Tian frowned slightly. Li Zhu, do you think Fang Ping can reach my master's level? Why not? Li Zhu said coldly, your master is very powerful. Perhaps he has already broken through the limit and become an ultimate powerhouse. But in this era, everything is possible. Who says that Fang Ping and Zhang Tao have no hope of breaking through the limit and become ultimate powerhouses? Dou Tian's expression changed for a while, then he nodded. He agreed with Li Zhu's words. If someone else said this, he might have scoffed. But since Li Zhu said so, and he was talking about Fang Ping, the Fang Ping who had almost killed him, Denying Fang Ping was denying himself. Fang Ping could become an ultimate powerhouse. Thinking of this, Dou Tian said no more in a low voice. That Fang Ping must be killed. As for King Wu, I am not afraid of him. But Heavenly King subduing, no matter how powerful Heavenly King subduing is, even if he becomes an ultimate powerhouse, he is not invincible. Heavenly King subduing has many opponents. He would not dare to break the rules and reveal his true strength. In this era, whoever showed up would die. So what if he had broken 8? Were there no powerhouses in the 3 realms who had broken 8? Back then, Tengu, who had broken 8, was the first to show his strength and was killed. Back then, the earthly emperor's avatar might have been Hong Yu in disguise. In the later stages, he also had the potential to break 8, but once he was exposed, he was killed immediately. In this era, a bunch of old antiques were watching. Breaking 7 was acceptable, but once one broke 8, there would be a limit. Some people in that circle were not willing to let newcomers enter. Whoever entered would die. Not only origin martial artists, but beginner martial artists would also not allow such powerhouses to exist. Breaking 8 meant that anyone who showed up would be killed. Breaking 8 meant that one had broken through the limit. This kind of person was the pinnacle of a Dao. Breaking 9 was for the emperor and the 4 emperors. They had not only reached the limit of a Dao, but had also achieved great achievements in both origin and beginner martial arts. Li Zhu looked at him. Dou Tian said in a low voice, "Kill! Kill Fang Ping before he has the combat strength of a heavenly king. Otherwise, once he has the combat strength of a heavenly king, how many people can kill him? Lord Li, with your strength of breaking 7, it is not difficult to kill Fang Ping." Li Zhu frowned slightly, thought for a while, and said, "I am not shirking responsibility, nor am I unwilling to kill Fang Ping and leave behind future trouble. But I have to say, to kill Fang Ping here, someone must stop Heavenly King subduing. I am not a match for Heavenly King subduing alone, unless there is at least another powerhouse of breaking 7 to stop me. Including King Wu, you may not be able to stop him alone, you still need a Heavenly King." Having said that, he added, "There is also the existence of the Demon Emperor. Your master will deal with the God creation avatar, but the Demon Emperor also needs someone to deal with it. Dou Tian, things are not that simple. Ambush and kill Fang Ping, as long as you are fast enough." Before Dou Tian could finish, Li Zhu laughed and said, "Do you think Fang Ping has survived until now purely because of his strength?" Having said that, Li Zhu broke the void with a blow. As soon as he broke the void, a figure escaped into the air from the other side of the passage at an extremely fast speed, cursing and swearing. "Li Zhu, if you King touch me again, I will not go easy on you." The voice was still there, but the person was long gone. Li Zhu sealed the passage, saying helplessly, "This guy is also an elite who has been through hundreds of battles. His sense of danger is extremely strong. Even the slightest movement, he will run faster than anyone else. He has been restraining his aura. To find him, we must make a big commotion. It is impossible for his mentality not to fluctuate. Once it fluctuates, he will escape immediately. It will be very difficult to ambush and kill him." He had the strength to kill Fang Ping, but the key was that Fang Ping ran fast. He was far away. Before you arrived, he had already escaped. Dou Tian pondered for a moment, then said, "Go find Hong Kuan. Hong Kuan also wants to kill him. Also, go find the Sea Guardian to borrow the Sea Calming Sky Mirror. Lock on to Fang Ping." "Sea Calming Sky Mirror?" Li Zhu raised his eyebrows slightly. Dou Tian glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, saying in a low voice, "Back then, the 3 emissaries all had their own unique treasures. The Weapon Master Divine Spear, destroying the Heavenly Court's great enemy. The Palm Print Emissary controls the 1,000 Realms Cauldron, stabilizing the 3 realms. The Sea Guardian controls the Sea Calming Sky Mirror, suppressing the Sea of Sufferings. I wonder if Lord Li knows where the 1,000 Realms Cauldron is," Li Zhu said lightly. "It was lost in the origin universe." Do Tian did not say much. Was it really lost? The 8 king seals were all demigod weapons. The weapons of the 3 emissaries were close to the level of divine weapons, just one step away from being divine weapons. In other words, other than being unable to sever the origin Tao, they were no different from divine weapons. The palm print emissary was killed. The Thousand Realms cauldron was lost. It was unknown if Li Zhu had hidden it to conceal his strength. The sea calming sky mirror was used by the Sea Guardian to suppress the Sea of Sufferings. The Sea of Sufferings was vast and boundless. The Sea Guardian had the sea calming sky mirror, which could see thousands of miles around the Sea of Sufferings, lock onto the aura, and descend instantly. This thing was a treasure. Among the 3 emissaries, the Sea Guardian was the one who was not in power. The Weapon Master and the Palm Print Emissary were the core figures, and the Palm Print Emissary's Thousand Realms cauldron was even more powerful. Since Li Zhu said it was lost, Do Tian did not say anything else. Back then, Master's plan was ruined by Li Zhu. Master did not say much, and took the opportunity to reach an agreement with Li Zhu. Li Zhu had endured for many years. He was not easy to deal with. The 2 prepared to borrow the sea calming sky mirror, when Li Zhu suddenly asked after flying for a while, "Is Hongyu Feng's disciple?" Do Tian did not speak. Li Zhu smiled faintly. Every generation of the Feng Tian bloodline has an inheritor. You compete with Luan, the overlord, and Hongyu, but Hongyu was a fake earthly sovereign's clone back then. He was powerful, clearly at least a heavenly king. Your Feng Tian bloodline actually only sent the overlord. Aren't you underestimating Hongyu too much? Back then, when the unquestionable sword appeared, your bloodline's Earthshan all had the strength of a top-notch saint. Your bloodline likes people who are stronger. To deal with Luan, when you appeared, you were stronger than him, weren't you? When the Earthshan appeared, he seemed even stronger than the unquestionable sword. Why is it that only the overlord appeared when it came to Hongyu? Are there no more experts, or are you just going to deal with it? Do Tian said coldly, "What are you trying to say, Lord Li? What are you trying to say?" "I don't want to say anything." "Does Feng have some agreement with Hongyu?" "Feng hasn't come out all these years. Is it related to the emperor?" "I don't know." Li Zhu chuckled, not minding. His gaze was like the starry sky of the universe, terrifyingly silent. Li Zhu and Do Tian went to look for the Sea Guardian. After being pressured by King Kuan and Li Zhu, Feng Ping became more cautious. Both of them had exposed their Broken 7 abilities. Broken 7, that was a powerhouse who could unleash the strength of 10 million Cal. At the Heavenly King level, an attack of 10 million Cal might not be able to kill a Heavenly King with a Broken 6, even if it was a beginner. Although the destructive power exceeded their limits, Heavenly Kings with a Broken 6 all had some tricks up their sleeves. Divert, dissipate, evade, all of these would have an impact. That was why even a Heavenly King with a Broken 7 rarely had a battle record of killing a Broken 6. However, this did not mean that he could be careless. If he was not careful, he would be locked on by the other party. If he could not kill you in 1 hit, he could not run away. 2 or 3 hits were enough to kill you. 10 million, and it was just a Broken 7. A peak Broken 7 was even more terrifying. The kind that could easily kill a Broken 6 Heavenly King. Encountering such a powerhouse, it would be strange if Feng Ping did not run. These guys did not seem to be prepared to chase after him. They gave up after probing. Hong Kuan, Li Zhu, these 2 bastards dare to attack me. I'll kill you sooner or later. Feng Ping cursed in his heart. Just you wait. Soon, Feng Ping's gaze moved. There were battle fluctuations in front. Soon, Feng Ping secretly approached the battle site. Fight! In a small herb garden, a battle had broken out. The herb garden was protected by a barrier. It was probably destroyed in the past. It was incomplete, as if it had just been dug out from the soil. At this moment, many true gods were fighting. Feng Ping saw someone familiar. The humans were involved. On the human side, The leader was God of War from Pantheon. This brawny man was waving a giant axe, hacking at a near-emperor powerhouse in a frenzy. On the Sino nation side, there were a few ultimate powerhouses. Nan Yunue, Wu Chuan, and the Shen family's elder ancestor, Shin Haoqian, were here. On the human side, there were a total of 7 ultimate powerhouses. On the other side, there were forces from other parties. Some were from the catacombs, some were from Grandmaster, and some were from overseas immortal islands. There were more than 10 of them. Fang Ping watched for a while. Suddenly he struck with his palm. When the giant palm struck, Fang Ping had already unsheathed his saber. Origin's saber strike. Crack! The sound of Dao, snapping, seemed to come from the void. In the next moment, Fang Ping's giant palm landed, smashing the near-emperor powerhouse, who was fighting God of War, into pieces. The others did not have any intention of resisting. They tore the void and fled instantly. On the human side, God of War and the rest also broke into a run. "It's me!" Fang Ping shouted softly, walking out from the darkness. At this moment, the others stopped in their tracks. Everyone looked at Fang Ping, a little dazed. Fang Ping had come in. They knew that a huge battle had broken out at the entrance earlier. It was a huge commotion. They had all received the news. But Fang Ping had smacked a near-emperor to death, so casually. Fang Ping's expression was indifferent, but he was secretly pleased. Dumbfounded, right? Wu Chuan and the rest were very ostentatious in front of him back then. Now look at them. They had casually smacked a near-emperor to death. Were they not afraid? Fang Ping's expression was indifferent, as if he did not see their dazed gazes. He said casually, "I was passing by, so I killed him. You don't mind, right? These days, I've killed too many saints and venerable emperors. I forgot to hold back, just now." Wu Chuan grimaced. "Why did you have to add this sentence? What were you trying to say?" In the crowd, the other few paragons did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fang Ping was not too familiar with the paragons of the other 5 holy lands. However, he had heard that Fang Ping from Sino Nation was a little ambitious. He was young and liked to show off when he had nothing to do. Now he could experience it. God of War glanced at Fang Ping, then at the near-emperor powerhouse who had been smacked to death. Although he felt that this brat's words were annoying, he still smiled. "I heard that you killed a saint outside. Is that true?" Fang Ping smiled. "It's all right. I was planning to kill a heavenly king before coming in. Unfortunately, I was stopped by someone. That fellow's master was too powerful. I couldn't kill a powerhouse who had broken 8. Wu Chuan was speechless. Among the crowd, he was the closest to Fang Ping. At this moment, he could not help but ask, "Why did you let those fellows go?" "My status is different now," Fang Ping lamented. "It's fine if I kill a few. If I kill too many, it'll cause a big commotion. Those heavenly kings will come looking for trouble. When you're at a high place, you can't help yourself. If it were before, killing them would be fine. But now, aren't there still many heavenly kings around? At our level, if we kill too many paragons, it'll be easy for us to be surrounded and attacked." "Speak properly," Wu Chuan berated, feeling a little helpless. "Why do your words sound so awkward?" As he thought about it, he felt a little sad. When he came in, he was a Taoist paragon. How proud he was! Fang Ping was not a paragon yet at that time. No, he had just advanced to rank 9 that day. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping had already begun to fight with heavenly kings. Fang Ping smiled smugly. Then he said, "Let's leave this place first to prevent powerhouses from rushing over." Having said that, Fang Ping smacked his palm, breaking the barrier of the small herb garden in the distance. He grabbed some of the remaining heavenly treasures in the herb garden. More than 10 minutes later, in a valley, both sides exchanged information with each other. Both warlord and commander have advanced to venerable emperor. That's pretty fast. Fang Ping was a little happy. These two had become emperors. Previously, Heavenly King Garrison and the others did not mention it. He just found out. In fact, both of them were too lazy to mention it. It was meaningless to talk about this with a guy who killed a saint in the blink of an eye. As soon as this was said, the Shen family's patriarch smiled bitterly. Don't mention it. That old brat Jiang Tianming has become an emperor. He has come to us many times. Every time he comes, he taunts us, saying that we've lived our lives in a dog's stomach. I'm afraid to see him now. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. Then he looked at Shen Haotian and asked curiously, Patriarch Shen, are your injuries too serious? Why do I feel like you haven't improved much these days? I see that Minister Zhang has improved very quickly. Having said that, he looked at Nan Yunyue and added, Elder Nan's improvement isn't slow. Old Wu seems to have improved a little too. What happened to you? Shen Haotian and the Chen family's patriarch were the ones who created new martial arts. Why did these two not seem to have changed much? Fang Ping was really a little puzzled. The human race was strong. Even if these people did not take the human king's path, as powerhouses who created this era, they would more or less have some influence. It was not considered luck. As long as the human race kept thinking about these two, they would more or less have some understanding of Tao. Shen Haotian glanced at him and thought for a while before saying, It's normal. After all, our Tao is not the Tao of neo-martial arts. Back then, when we changed to neo-martial arts, there were actually some conflicts with our ideals. After all these years, we can only say that this conflict has gradually weakened, but it doesn't mean that we've completely become one with neo-martial arts. Shen Haotian shook his head. You were born in neo-martial arts and grew up in neo-martial arts, so there won't be such conflicts of ideals. However, we're different. After all, there are some differences, so there are still some conflicts between the ideals of neo-martial arts and us. In fact, when we created neo-martial arts, we didn't think so much. The current neo-martial arts is actually completely different from when we created it back then. Although they were the pioneers of neo-martial arts, they did not think so much back then. They only hoped that humans could produce some powerhouses to share the burden. Who knew that it would turn out like this? Fang Ping understood and smiled quickly. This is nothing. Patriarch Shen, are you unable to improve now? A little, Shen Haotian sighed. Sometimes on the path of cultivation, perseverance was not enough. In the past 300 years, his improvement was not too big. Then, Patriarch, if you become an emperor, you might not be able to improve in the future. Are you interested in this? Shen Haotian looked at him. The others also looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping calculated for a while. There were still 4 emperors Tao in his origin. Previously there were 5, Ming Ting had changed one, and now there were only 4 emperors Tao left. It was difficult for Fang Ping to keep the powerhouses Tao as long as he killed them. When he killed powerhouses, he cut off the Tao. How could there be any Tao left? However, if he did not cut off the Tao, it would be difficult to kill the enemy quickly. As such, Fang Ping was not in the mood to think of ways to keep the Tao. It was very difficult. King Kuan had only collected a few after so many years. For Emperor's Tao, this could only be replaced by a desperate realm. Otherwise, it would be normal for a normal rank 9 to explode from the origin chi. The Shen family patriarch had been unable to improve for a long time. Fang Ping felt that replacing him might be a good thing. Become an emperor, the Shen family patriarch's eyes were bright. His white hair was a little messy. At this moment, he looked at Fang Ping and asked hurriedly, Can I do it? Yes, but you need some time to get used to it. Moreover, it's very difficult to improve in the future. It's a brand new Tao. You might not be able to adapt to it quickly. It's okay. Shen Haotian said in surprise. It's fine as long as I have emperor-level strength. Look at that fatty Jiang Tianming. Didn't he also change his Tao? I don't see him feeling ashamed. It's fine as long as his strength increases. As for the future, I can't even enter emperor level now. What future is there to talk about? Fang Ping did not say anything after hearing that. Seeing that the others were also looking at him eagerly, he smiled and said, "Everyone here, Patriarch Shin can try. Senior God of War can also try if he's interested. The others can forget about it." There were only 4 Emperors Dao left. One for the Shin family patriarch. Fang Ping was also prepared to give one to the Chun family patriarch. The remaining 2 Emperors Dao could be distributed to the powerhouses of the other 5 sacred lands. These sacred lands, the 5 leaders had merged with Old Zhang last time. Their strength was greatly reduced. Fang Ping also had to take care of them. The burly God of War was still holding his gigantic axe at this moment. When he heard that, he said in surprise, "I can try too." Fang Ping smiled. "Actually, I still suggest that you don't. Senior God of War is also a near Emperor level powerhouse. It's not impossible for you to achieve Emperor level on your own." War King was forced to self-destruct his own Dao. However, if Senior needs it, you can consider it yourself. It's fine too. God of War could not help but say, "Kid, you're much more generous than Zhang Tao. That bastard only knows how to King bluff. He never gave any benefits. But you can't blame him. That grandson's strength is weak. He doesn't dare to rob powerhouses. Where would he get the good stuff?" He called Zhang Tao grandson. Fang Ping pretended not to hear him. These were all old antiques. Let him shout. Old Zhang would settle it himself. Still, he coughed softly and said, "It's not easy for Minister Zhang. After all, he can't amass as much wealth as I can. He only took some things from me in these 2 years. They're not very useful to the seniors. Look at him. He doesn't even have a handy weapon. He's so poor. Senior, please don't blame him." Everyone was speechless. "You're even praising yourself." Fang Ping chuckled. "Seniors, don't worry. It's okay to progress slowly now. When we return to Earth, I'll try to set up a heaven-defying array for the holy land that all of you are in. Maybe it can increase your strength." "What?" Fang Ping laughed. "We'll talk about this later. That array of mine consumes a lot of energy every time. I'll see if it works." Everyone looked at him suspiciously. What array could increase one's strength? "You're not bluffing, are you?" Fang Ping did not explain. Since Shan Haoyan had no objections, he did not delay it. He brought the Origin Realm with him this time. He had already prepared to increase the senior's strength and achieve Emperor rank. On the human side, there were heavenly kings, and he had a saint's combat strength. However, there were not many Emperor ranks. With a few more Emperor ranks, they could fight a saint if they joined forces. Even if these people had just achieved Emperor rank and were not very compatible, it was not too difficult for 4 Emperor ranks to fight a saint if they joined forces. In the future, once he integrated the 6 holy lands, he might be able to give them something in return. They watched as Fang Ping helped Shin Haojian to advance to Emperor rank and chatted cheerfully with God of War and the other holy lands' pinnacle powerhouses. Wu Chuan looked left and right. He could not help but send a voice transmission to Nan Yunue. "Is this kid trying to buy people's hearts?" Nan Yunue shot him a look and did not say a word. "If you have the ability, go and buy people's hearts too. Don't look at me. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about Old Zhang. Last time, Tian Mu said that this kid has already become a human king. Before that, he was only recognized by the people on Earth. Now this kid is starting to come in. As soon as he comes in, he's starting to give benefits and make promises. In my opinion, in a few days, this kid in the fake heavenly grave will become a human king and a leader. Should Old Zhang retire?" Nan Yunue sent a voice transmission. "Are you jealous?" Wu Chuan said unhappily, "Why would I be jealous? I'm just unhappy. This kid is riding on my head. I always feel uncomfortable." "Then you can become a heavenly king." "What are you saying?" Wu Chuan rolled his eyes. "If I can become a heavenly king, why would I still be talking to you?" "Senior brother, don't talk behind people's backs for no reason. How can you think of me that way?" At this moment, Wu Chuan's expression stiffened. Fang Ping's playful voice rang in his mind. Wu Chuan turned his head. At this moment, Fang Ping was still chatting with God of War and the rest, but he was smiling and looking at him from the corner of his eyes. Are you convinced? I'm eavesdropping on your voice transmission. Who asked you to be weak? Your mentality is so weak. Aren't you embarrassed to send a voice transmission in front of me? Wu Chuan's expression stiffened even more. Damn it, this bastard didn't learn anything, but learned old Zhang's tricks. Chapter 1195. Half an hour later, Shen Haotian walked out of the Origin Realm. At this moment, Shen Haotian's aura had changed. It was extremely unstable, and his flesh was constantly exploding. He was not even a near emperor. Forget about near emperor. He had not gone far on the Origin Dao. It was only slightly longer than Fang Ping. His strength was really limited. Now that he had replaced an emperor's Dao, he could not adapt so quickly. Fang Ping glanced at him. Seeing him like this, he gave some imperishable substances to this old man to repair his flesh. God's Paradise's God of War thought about it again and again, but still did not choose to replace the Dao. He was a near emperor powerhouse. In the God's Paradise, only he and the Sun God were near emperor powerhouses. That day he was preparing to integrate, but the Sun God beat him to it. This was the same as Startown City. That day, War King was also preparing to integrate, but the Sioux family's Sword King beat him to it. War King was not far from emperor rank, so he chose to give up. Fang Ping did not force it. Fang Ping did not ask the others to replace their Dao. The new martial artists did not need it, and it was best not to replace it. As for those old men, they were still Emperor Dao. There were not many of them, so Fang Ping had to see how they were distributed. No one said anything. This thing was still quite valuable. Ming Ting had worked hard for Fang Ping to become an emperor to get the chance. Without great credit, Fang Ping would not give it easily. After doing all this, Fang Ping also knew the details of this place. On the human side, the number of impasse people was decreasing. Before Fang Ping went to Startown City, there were still 35 here, including Old John and Heavenly King Garrison. And now there were still 35, including Fang Ping and Tianmu, and they both entered later. This meant that these days humans had lost another 2 peerless powerhouses in battle. 35, in addition to Old Man Li and Wu Quishan in the outside world. The number of human peerless powerhouses was not as much as before, but the overall combat power had increased a lot. More and more people were dying here, and Fang Ping felt a little upset. There were many powerhouses in this place. Just like Fang Ping, sometimes when other people encountered them, they would also kill some people in passing. Over time, the casualties were actually very heavy. There were casualties on all sides. The peerless powerhouses died the most. Emperor ranks were still better. After all, it was much more difficult to kill emperor ranks. I wonder if Su Yunfei and the rest have advanced yet. Fang Ping did not know the situation either. He had left in a hurry that day, so he was not sure if the others had advanced or not. Old Zhang might have felt something, but Fang Ping could not. Even though old Zhang's strength was improving very quickly, he might not be able to sense an individual's advancement. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about Su Yunfei and the others. The catacombs. A great battle broke out. Royal Sea Mountain region. Old Man Li stood proudly at the peak of the mountain, hugging his long sword. He said nothing. Not far away, Wu Quishan's expression was grim, and he was silent as well. On the opposite side, Furchuan and the others were also standing on a mountain peak. Both sides sat and watched the battle below. On the catacomb side, Hua Qidao took the lead and was currently fighting Li Daong, Jiang Yuanhua, and Su Haran alone. The battle grew more and more desperate. Fang Ping had planned to impersonate a powerhouse and challenge Hua Qidao, but the Sky Ceiling clan had arrived too quickly. Fang Ping had no choice but to face them head-on. He had no choice but to leave Hua Qidao's matter to old Wu and the others. At this moment, Hua Qidao was in a state of frenzy. His qi was unstable, as if he could level up at any time. Li Daong and the other two were covered in blood. The other two did not know what was going on, but Li Daong did. He had a complicated look in his eyes, unsure of what to do. Being distracted in a battle was the most dangerous. Just as Li Daong was distracted, Hua Qidao thrust his spear. With a bang, it pierced through Li Daong's head. With a flick of the spear, Li Daong was sent flying. His headless golden body crashed into Royal Sea Mountain, and his golden bones exploded. Daong! Someone exclaimed. Many people were watching the battle on Royal Sea Mountain. At this moment, a few powerhouses from the military department saw this, and their expressions changed. Soon, Bei Gongyan looked at Wu Quishan and said in a low voice, "Minister, please join the battle." Wu Quishan looked at him, then at Li Daong, who was recovering his golden body, but whose aura was greatly weakened. He frowned slightly. He had asked Li Daong to join the battle because he had his own reasons. Li Daong knew Hua Qidao's identity. If he won at the crucial moment, he would not take Hua Qidao's life. However, Bei Gongyan did not know that once he joined the battle and defeated Hua Qidao, he would definitely kill him. Humans never showed mercy to catacombs martial artists. There was no such saying. However, Li Daong had some misgivings. He was actually defeated by Hua Qidao. Now, 2 rank 9 powerhouses could not resist Hua Qidao. If this went on, they might be killed. On the side, Fang Yu, who had just recovered from his injuries, also cursed. "I'll go. Minister, this bastard almost killed me last time. Kill him." Wu Quishan looked at the few peerless powerhouses opposite him. The other party also had powerhouses holding the fort. Now, everyone had a tacit understanding. This battle was to train the powerhouses under them, to give some people hope of achieving Tao. Recently, there had been fewer battles between the catacombs and humans. However, battles between rank 9 martial artists were continuous. They hoped that, through continuous battles, people could advance. As for whether they could advance successfully or not, whether they would be killed in battle, it all depended on fate. Wu Quishan looked at the battle below. Hua Qidao was very calm. After defeating Li Daong, he was now wearing down Jiang Yuanhua and Fang Yu. If this went on, the 2 of them would definitely lose. In the past, rank 9 humans could only fight 2 against 3. Today, however, Hua Qidao fought 3 alone and even defeated the current leader of the military department. This was a huge blow to the humans. It was related to Hua Qidao's strength, but it was also related to Li Daong's misgivings. Wu Quishan's expression changed for a while. He growled, "Bei Gong Rue, go to battle!" "Yes, sir." Bei Gong Rue was overjoyed. He was the commander of the Wuan military and a powerhouse who had been through many bloody battles. Today, seeing 3 powerhouses defeated by Hua Qidao, he was extremely dissatisfied. He soared into the air. When he passed by Li Daong, he snorted to express his dissatisfaction. Today, Li Daong lacked some bravery in battle. This disappointed him. He still had to rely on him, Bei Gong Rue. Li Daong was helpless. Without saying anything, he turned and flew toward Mount Yuhai. He was a little worried. Bei Gong Rue was not weak. If the battle went on, he might really kill Hua Qidao. What should he do? Bei Gong Rue went up. Unlike Li Daong, this Wuan military general was also a spear-wielding powerhouse. He was the leader of the Wuan military and the strongest powerhouse in the Ministry of Education besides Zhang Tao during Zhang Tao's tenure. Zhang Tao had given him many pointers. At this moment, he attacked with a killing move. The spear was like a dragon or a whip, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the spear pierced through the air and struck Hua Qidao's throat. Uft! Blood splattered. Bei Gong Rue laughed coldly. 1 against 3. Hua Qidao, you're still lacking. The three heavenly generals of the heavenly plant's royal court had been very powerful in the past. Qi Kuan Yu of the Destiny Royal Court had also been extremely powerful. Hua Qidao was still lacking compared to them. How could he be qualified to fight one against three, let alone three top-notch human powerhouses? The three of them were all veteran ninth-rank powerhouses. Jiang Yuanhua and Su Haoren had also fought for their entire lives. Together with Bei Gong Rui, the situation was instantly reversed. Hua Qidao's situation was becoming more and more dangerous. The three powerhouses cooperated extremely well. They did not make a sound, but Hua Qidao was restricted in all aspects, and his injuries continued to accumulate. Opposite, on the peak of the mountain, Chuan frowned slightly. He had been rather happy when Hua Qidao had defeated Li Deong. However, once Bei Gong Rui went up, Hua Qidao was restricted in all aspects and was being suppressed. If this continued, Hua Qidao might be killed. Beside him, Duke Huai's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, Hua Qidao seems to be a little apprehensive. He didn't have that many misgivings when he defeated Li Deong, but now he's facing Bei Gong Rui. Bei Gong Rui's strength is not as strong as Li Deong's. Chuan glanced at him, but did not speak. Duke Huai smiled again. Bei Gong Rui has inherited some of King Wu's battle techniques. This king thinks that Hua Qidao is afraid of King Wu's might and is afraid to fight? Chuan snorted coldly. How could Qidao be like that? Bei Gong Rui's battle techniques are crafty and as treacherous as King Wu's. Qidao just hasn't gotten used to them yet. He then added, Today, if Qidao defeats these three, he will definitely become a true monarch. Of the three former divine generals, the left divine general had died in battle. Now that Li Zhu had revealed his strength, Chuan had also become a true monarch. Now that Hua Qidao had a chance to become a true monarch and inherit his father's dying wish, Chuan was very much looking forward to it. Duke Huai smiled and said no more. He glanced at Hua Qidao again, then at Bei Gong Rui. Both of them used spears. At this moment, he had a vague feeling that their spear techniques were somewhat similar. It was not that their battle techniques were similar, but rather their styles. After watching for a while, Duke Huai did not say anything. This matter had nothing to do with him, and besides, it was just a guess. However, he had some thoughts in his mind. This was also an era of rapid advancement. Many people had already begun to prove their Tao, and the new generation was rising. In the catacombs, Hua Qidao was about to prove his Tao, and he was not the only one. Some of the descendants of true monarchs were currently performing outstandingly. King Hua's grandson, Hua Yu, Jihong's daughter, Jiyao, as well as some of the veteran hall masters, border generals, and royal city lords had all recently shown signs of advancing by leaps and bounds. Even some of the veteran true monarchs felt that cultivating now was not as difficult as it had been before. Duke Huai had also proven his Tao for a few years. Although he could not compare to other true gods, at least he had done so earlier than Jihong and the others. However, he had always given people the impression that he was trash, and even now he was still a weak true monarch. When he was in the true king realm, there wasn't even a single new paragon in the human world. At this moment, King Huai looked at Li Chongqing across from him. He did not reveal his aura, but his gaze was like a sharp sword. What he saw was not a person, but a sword. Longevity swordsman, King Huai glanced at him, and Li Chongqing seemed to have sensed it. He opened his eyes in an instant and looked at King Huai. The sword gleam in his eyes was extremely frightening. King Huai smiled and did not speak, averting his gaze. The next moment, he looked at Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan also saw him. He frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Lord Huai smiled again. These were the only two absolute powerhouses of the human race. As for the Jiao, Ashkat, and Heavenly Wood, these demons were all outsiders, not human experts. The human race has risen. We've never been at a disadvantage on any battlefield. With the God creation envoy overseeing the human clan, the 9 saints do not dare to act rashly. Now the war between the human race and God continent is becoming more peaceful. Both sides are restraining each other. I'm afraid a huge war won't break out so easily. Cultivating the origin Tao is difficult. King Huai sighed in his heart. Cultivation was difficult as ascending to the heavens. Rootless duckweed was even more difficult to cultivate. All these years, it wasn't easy to swindle people here and there to get some resources. It wasn't easy to cultivate to the true monarch realm, but it was getting harder and harder. Although the God continent was rich in resources, that was only relative to the weak. True experts did not need these things. This isn't what I need. I need a greater opportunity. The great Tao needs to improve, and the golden body needs to be tempered. These things are not enough. Thousands of thoughts flashed through King Huai's mind. He glanced at Gu Chuan from the corner of his eye. This fool's luck was good. He had won the favor of Li Zhu and easily became a true monarch. But that was it. This won't do. Now that the sages are in the sky, the heavenly kings have appeared, and Chu Wu has appeared. If this continues, I'll have to continue struggling. King Huai thought again. After so many years of planning, it was time for him to reap the rewards. He was still missing something. The great Tao is too scattered. It's very difficult to fuse and continue. I need a large amount of origin qi, a large amount of imperishable matter to temper my body, and a powerful weapon to suppress the great Tao. Divine weapon! King Huai glanced at Li Chongqing again. Heaven-punishing sword. But it was not to be trifled with. There were many human powerhouses. Fang Ping and the others were even more difficult to deal with. Divine weapon. Who else has a divine weapon? Even a cat was extremely difficult to deal with. Who else had a divine weapon? The Heavenly King's seal and the sage's token could work, but it was too difficult for the 9 sages to control. In the next moment, King Huai suddenly looked at Old Man Li again. Opposite him, Old Man Li's eyes were cold and sharp, his brows furrowed. King Huai smiled and suddenly said, "Longevity Sword, you still dare to show yourself now? There are many people who want to kill you. Aren't you afraid of dying here?" Old Man Li said coldly, "You can try." "Naturally, I don't have that ability." King Huai smiled. "But there are many people who have this ability. Longevity Sword, I heard that you have the combat strength of a sage. I wonder if you can kill a sage?" Old Man Li snorted softly, not bothering to answer. King Huai did not mind. He smiled. "You probably don't have the combat strength of a sage. Probably the combat strength of an emperor. Someone like you may be strong, but you can't suppress everything." Old Man Li could not be bothered with him. Beside him, Furchuan frowned and looked at him. He did not know what this guy was trying to do. Why was he provoking Li Chongqing? King Huai did not mind. He smiled. "Longevity Sword, since we have nothing to do, why don't we make a deal? What are you trying to say?" King Huai smiled. "I'm very interested in genius martial artists, especially people like you. I'm willing to use 10 life mineral veins in exchange for a wisp of your origin, sword chi. How about that?" Old Man Li's expression turned serious. He sneered. "You want to find my flaw through the origin? Dream on. Ha ha ha." King Huai did not mind. He smiled. "Since you're so confident, why don't you try? Although your martial artists are getting stronger day by day, you still lack resources. Especially now, with Fang Ping gone, I'm afraid you won't be able to make ends meet. If 10 mineral veins are not enough, how about 20? Old Man Li sneered. "You have that many?" "Of course I don't." King Huai disagreed. "But if you agree, I'll report to the 9 saints. I don't think anyone will reject a mere 20 mineral veins in exchange for your longevity, sword's origin, sword chi." When he said that, Furchuan looked at him in surprise. This guy, did he think it was possible? Just as he finished thinking, Old Man Li's eyes flickered. 30. If you can bring it, I'll give it to you. Are you serious? What a joke. Old Man Li sneered. All right. King Huai was straightforward. He quickly said, Someone, report to the heavenly court. Bring 30 life mineral veins in exchange for longevity, sword's origin, sword chi. As soon as he finished speaking, someone quickly flew toward the core of the restricted area. Exchange for longevity, sword's origin, sword chi. Even the weak understood that this was a big deal. Was 30 mineral veins worth it? Worth it. At this time, even Furchuan was surprised. Could they trade like this? If they really wanted to exchange for Li Changxing's origin sword chi, even he felt that 30 mineral veins were nothing. By now, everyone knew that longevity sword was a little abnormal. What exactly was his origin Dao like? What was its secret? The 9 saints were paying close attention. He did not expect to obtain longevity, sword's origin sword chi, so easily. This was beyond his expectations. King Huai smiled as if he did not think there was anything wrong with it. Humans were strong, but the essence of their poverty did not change. When people were poor, it was not a big deal to sell some unimportant things. As for himself, he did not have to pay anything, but he could see longevity sword's origin, sword chi. At this moment, King Huai rose into the air and said with a smile, Longevity sword, since you've agreed, why don't we have a chat? Can you give me a wisp of origin, sword chi first? Old Man Li frowned. He was not afraid of the origin, sword chi leaking. You're going to target my origin? Where is my origin? I don't even know if I still have it. What's this about targeting? The most important thing was, what was King Huai trying to do? This had nothing to do with him. It was better to avoid trouble. Why was he involved? Although he was puzzled, 30 mineral veins was not a small number. The number of human martial artists had increased, and the consumption was huge. Even if the global energy had begun to recover, the consumption of tens of millions of martial artists was still terrifying. Now it was no longer just energy. They needed some mineral veins to be buried on Earth so that Earth's environment could continue to improve. The scarcity of energy caused the current Earth to become exceptionally fragile. Or rather, because there were more martial artists and powerhouses, there were now some chaos everywhere. The destructive power of martial artists was too strong, and it was easy to cause some environmental damage. Earth appeared fragile in the hands of powerhouses, and it had something to do with the lack of energy. Burying mineral veins underground could subtly change the environment, producing products like energy crystals, which were extremely sturdy and could strengthen Earth. The destruction caused by powerhouses fighting in the catacombs was often not as great as on Earth. At this moment, King Huai had already flown over. He was not far from him, and said with a smile, Longevity sword, the 9 saints will definitely agree. A mere 30 mineral veins was nothing to him. Even if the 9 saints don't agree, I'll think of a way, and it's not impossible to gather enough mineral veins. Don't worry, I don't want to court death. I won't fall out with the humans for some mineral veins. Why don't you give me the sword chi now? And I'll observe it, lest the 9 saints come in person later, and I have no chance to see it. What do you think? Old Man Li sneered. You want to observe? Can you understand it? Then you don't have to worry. King Huai smiled. I'm actually quite curious about this. Even if I don't gain anything, comprehending it might be helpful. Old Man Li looked at him again, snorted coldly, and a streak of sword chi shot out. This streak of sword chi shot out, piercing through the void directly, and a silver-white flower bloomed in the void. 5 petals. Breakthrough 5. King Huai's pupils shrank, and he quickly retreated. His expression changed drastically. The longevity sword had really broken 5. Breakthrough 5, more than 2. For million calories of vitality outburst. The longevity sword had actually reached this level. It was a little scary. Old Man Li was indifferent. He did not plan to kill him. Killing him now would mean a war, and the humans were not prepared for this. King Huai dodged, but it was too late. The next moment, a streak of sword qi pierced through his shoulder. A hole appeared in King Huai's shoulder. The sword qi exploded, and with a bang his arm was blown apart. However, at this time, a small silver-white sword, as if it was real, suspended in the air in front of him. The sword qi was threatening, piercing King Huai's eyes until they bled. King Huai's face was pale, and he still had lingering fear. He forced a smile. Good skill. As he said that, he grabbed the small sword. This was Li Changxing's sword qi. In a normal battle, this streak of sword qi would definitely dissipate after erupting, but it did not this time. Old man Li said coldly, 30 mineral veins. If you don't have it, I'll definitely hunt you down. Don't worry. King Huai did not care that his arm was broken. His arm recovered quickly and he laughed. Longevity sword, you're not as bold as Fong Ping, nor as greedy as the martial king. If it were them with 100 mineral veins as the foundation, a mere 30 is nothing. It was not clear whether these words were praise or contempt. King Huai suddenly felt that trading with Longevity sword was quite satisfying. He said 20, and the other party said only 30. They did not argue too much, and soon they reached an agreement. He did not know whether to say that Longevity sword had not seen the world, or to praise him for being straightforward. In any case, it was more pleasant than working with the martial king. Of course, he had never worked with Fong Ping before, because he did not need to ask to know that Guy was more ambitious, and he could not afford to work with him. King Huai caressed the small sword, his gaze constantly changing. He had exchanged for many people's origin qi. As early as a few years ago, he had always remembered the heaven-suppressing king's origin qi, and even did not hesitate to gamble with the outer realm. If he won, he would exchange for origin qi. If he lost, he would ignore the outer realm. This was how the forbidden catacombs were conquered by humans. The explanation that day was that he had obtained the heaven-suppressing king's origin qi and entered the bounded domain. Now, the bounded domain had been revealed without a doubt. The heaven-suppressing king's origin qi exchange seemed to have failed, but in fact it was a success. The heaven-suppressing king's origin qi was exchanged with Zhang Tao, and Zhang Tao used his own ultimate technique to exchange. And this wisp of origin qi was used by Zhang Tao to exchange for the forbidden catacombs. Yes, the forbidden catacombs was exchanged. King Huai chose to give up. Otherwise, the forbidden catacombs would not have been so easy to obtain. All these years, not only the forbidden catacombs, but also some victories in wars were also used as exchanges to give humans space to live, including when Li Zhen fought the 3 god generals and killed the left god general. There were also people who offered some conditions in exchange for some things, as the price of sitting back and not doing anything. It was none other than the King Huai who had always been active in the front line of Mount Imperial Sea. At this moment, King Huai was caressing old man Li's origin qi, as if he was comprehending something. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was enlightened, and sometimes his expression was solemn. Old man Li frowned at him, feeling that there was something wrong with this guy. He was very annoying. At this moment, King Huai suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him, his expression changing dramatically. He said in a low voice, "What a longevity sword!" As soon as he said that, he crushed the origin qi with a palm and snorted coldly. "How dare you use a fake origin qi to deceive me?" Old man Li was about to flip out, but the moment the origin qi exploded, the void trembled, and King Huai's voice rang in his ear. "How about we continue to talk about more cooperation? I'm being watched and can't talk freely. Why don't we take this opportunity to talk? I like to work with honest people." A smile appeared in the depths of King Huai's eyes. "Yes, honest people. I like to work with honest people like Longevity Sword. Comfortable. Unlike King Wu, who had worked with him so many times, he had to be careful every time. A little carelessness and he would lose everything and gain nothing. For example, once they had agreed to exchange for Li Zhan's origin chi, but King Wu took Li Diong's origin chi to deceive him. He really fell for it. That guy was a master of counterfeiting. This was not the first time he had fallen for this kind of trick. It was impossible to guard against it. Working with King Wu, he had to be 120% careful. How could it be as refreshing as this time? What Li Changxing gave him was real. The few crafty humans left. King Huai suddenly felt that the humans had become friendly and honest. They were no longer as difficult to deal with as before. Good news! At this moment, Old Man Li frowned. Why did he feel like he was being looked down upon? Working with honest people, who was he talking about? Was he talking about me? Old Man Li's gaze was as sharp as a sword. He was being looked down upon by a useless true king. Was King Huai mocking him just now? Yes, mocking. At this moment, Old Man Li felt like killing someone. I gave you real origin chi and you mocked me instead. What kind of mentality is this? Do I have to torture you? Chapter 1196. Cooperate with what? Old Man Li asked without batting an eyelid. To kill the enemy. King Huai was still questioning the authenticity of the sword aura on the surface, but he said in secret, someone from the beginner lineage has appeared. He's most likely going to Earth to kill Tsang Mao. Do you want the battlefield to be extraterrestrial or on Earth? Old Man Li's pupils shrank. Today, a beginner martial powerhouse has emerged. His name is Mad Blade, and he killed a saint 10,000 years ago. He hasn't moved yet. He must be waiting for reinforcements. He stopped near the north region. Old Man Li's expression did not change. He said telepathically, "What do you want?" "Kill him." "You." "Wrong you." King Huai corrected. "If you send too many human powerhouses, it will definitely attract attention. However, if it's only you, Li Changxing, I'm afraid it won't attract too much attention. You can even take the opportunity to muddy the waters and kill Mad Blade. You might not know who killed him. If Mad Blade is buried in the restricted zone, it might even cause the beginner lineage to suspect the 9 saints. If so, the beginner lineage will not dare to act rashly. They will be wary of the 9 saints and can buy time for you humans until Fong Ping and the others return." "What do you want?" "I don't have the ability to kill a saint, not to mention a powerhouse who can kill a saint." Old Man Li's heart trembled. This guy really did not care about the catacombs being implicated after killing Mad Blade. Then what was his goal? "We can talk about this later. As for what I want," King Huai's gaze was strange. "I don't want much. When Fong Ping comes out, ask him to provide me with a wisp of origin chi. Also, Fong Ping has a lot of origin chi and imperishable substances. You're his teacher, you won't lack them. I need them. Besides, most beginner powerhouses have a weapon that they have honed for life. Mad Blade is a second-generation beginner. He must have a weapon that has been honed for more than 30,000 years. Even if it's not a divine weapon, it must be extremely powerful. I want this weapon." Old Man Li's gaze was slightly strange. He said telepathically, "You dare to ask, but why?" "Why?" King Huai said with a smile, "I can help you. At this point, it won't be that easy for you humans to kill Mad Blade. Feng Yin, Yu Wei, and the others. Do you think they will help you kill the saint of beginner martial arts? Would they dare? Even if they dared to, they would cause such a huge commotion. Would the Chu Wu lineage die? The 9 saints might not just sit back and watch. The only way was to catch him off guard. Heavenly Wood's experts were causing too much of a ruckus. Once they made a move, let alone killing anyone, they would immediately be targeted. The 9 sages would definitely chase them away. They definitely wouldn't let them enter the forbidden area. As for you, your origin isn't obvious and your aura isn't strong. If you hide, as long as you don't get close to the heavenly court, they might not notice you sneaking into the forbidden area. You help me?" Old Man Li's eyes flickered. "Why would you help me? What qualifications do you have to talk about cooperation with me? Why, this king has cooperated with the martial king many times and has never let the martial king suffer. Cooperation, mutual benefit. You get what you want, I get what I want. I want weapons, imperishable substance, origin chi. These are my goals. As for you, you killed a beginner martial arts powerhouse and reduced one enemy. You can muddy the waters and stall for time. Isn't that enough? Old Man Li gave him a deep look and said telepathically, You hid your strength? If you could kill a saint, you would at least have the strength of a saint. Can a saint hide it from the 9 saints? Unless you're a heavenly king. But if you're a heavenly king, you can't hide it from Li Zhu. Subduing heavenly king has never said that you're strong. Now you're jumping out and trying to ambush me? King Huai's expression changed. He said telepathically, I don't mean that. What benefits would I gain from killing you? Killing you will only offend the human powerhouses. In this world, is there a need to distinguish between camps? Benefits are fundamental. Whoever can give this king more benefits. This king will naturally stand on that side. The 9 saints and the others are vainly trying to form their own side and rule the 3 realms. I just want to live longer, live better, and live more easily. What I need is strength and nothing else. True King Realm. True King Realm. King Huai did not deny it, but he quickly said with a smile, Aren't you Li Chongqing also a true King Realm? Isn't Fong Ping one? Are you qualified to compete with Fong Ping? King Huai's expression did not change, but he cursed in his heart. He quickly said, You don't have to worry about this, Li Chongqing. Be straightforward. Are you going to cooperate or not? Do you really want to wait for the beginner martial artists to invade Earth, slaughter your giant cities, and cause hundreds of millions of deaths and injuries before you come to your senses? Old Man Li's eyes revealed a fierce glint. King Huai wanted him to enter the Forbidden Zone and kill the beginner martial artists. This was very dangerous. However, if what he said was true, and the beginner martial artists really wanted to enter Earth and kill the cat, even if they were repelled, it would be a big problem, unless the cat left Earth. But if he really did it when Fong Ping and the others returned, old Zhang and Fong Ping would not think that he had done nothing wrong by abandoning the cat because he wanted to protect humanity. The reason why the human race could reach this day was because they did not give up on anyone. The cat had helped humanity a lot. If they gave up on the cat now, they would give up on everyone the next day. Can you and I kill the mad blade together? Yes, but accidents are everywhere. We have to finish this quickly and not give the 9 saints a chance to intervene. Not only that, the smaller the movement, the better. If the movement is too big, you and I will be exposed. If we kill the saint of the beginner martial artists, the beginner martial artists will not let us go easily. Killing a saint, slaughtering powerhouse, and making a small movement without being discovered. This was shockingly difficult. Old Man Li frowned. If he said that he was comparable to a saint, he had overestimated himself. In a head-on battle, he would definitely not be a saint's opponent. Moreover, this kind of saint slaughtering saint. King Huai said again, Don't worry, your sword. I saw it last time. It's very special, a little bit like a slash. Back then, you killed a rank 8 in 9 Southern Territory. I also know that these days, you've been building up your sword. As long as you slash at the critical moment, the beginner martial artist is unique. With this slash, as long as the opportunity is right, you can definitely kill the other party. Old Man Li's tone was slightly cold. You can entangle the other party and even suppress him? If he did not entangle the other party and suppress the other party, how could he slash the sword? Did he really think those powerhouses were blockheads that could be chopped at will? I'll do my best. Old Man Li's pupils shrank again. Do my best, do my best. He did not say it was impossible. What was King Huai hiding? What kind of ability did he have to dare to say this? He was at least a saint? How was that possible? At this moment, King Huai's expression suddenly changed slightly. He said, quickly, If you agree, go to 9 Northern Territory in 3 days. Mad Blade is there. I will meet you there. End the battle quickly, and strive to kill the other party in an instant. You return to the human world. I will take everything I need. Why me? Because you have a grudge. You won't betray me, and I can also get everything I want. Isn't that enough? King Huai said it matter-of-factly. Who else could he look for if not humans? Look for the catacombs, 9 saints? If he looked for them now, the other party would probably think he was crazy. If he really agreed and killed the other party, he would probably not leave any benefits for King Huai. If the beginner martial artists came looking for him, they would most likely push him out. It was such a simple matter. At this moment, a saint's aura came. King Huai stopped the voice transmission and snorted coldly. Longevity sword, since you agreed. Why did you lie and deceive me with fake sword aura? Old man, Li said, coldly, you're a mere king. Do you have the ability to distinguish between real and fake? After saying that, he looked into the void and said coldly, since you're here, why not show yourself? The next moment, Heavenly Sword appeared with a smile on his face. He chuckled. Longevity sword, do you really want exchange? He was also a swordsman. However, Longevity sword gave him a very special feeling. At this moment, Heavenly Sword waved his hand. In the void, 30 crystal veins that looked like small dragons lined up in a row. They did not look big, but they were compressed by him. He said with a smile, if you're willing to exchange, a wisp of Origin sword aura, these are yours. Seeing this, old man Li's eyes moved. In the next moment, with a low cry, his sword cut through the air. A figure appeared. The God Creation envoy was stupefied and did not say a word. Only then did old man Li shoot out a sword aura. Heavenly Sword was caught in his hand. He said with a smile, why, I haven't reached the point where I would fall out with you for a few dozen veins. As soon as he said that, 30 small dragons flew towards Old Man Li. Old Man Li's long sword slashed out, destroying the aura around the small dragon before he made his move to capture it. At this time, these small dragons had all turned into a core vein that was 100 meters long. They were much larger than before. Old Man Li did not know how to compress them either. His big hand directly grabbed them to his side. These veins floated in the air and formed a huge mine that was thousands of meters long. They were all high-ranked energy stones. In the air, the God Creation envoy clone shook his head slightly when he saw this. This Longevity sword, other than fighting, it had no other abilities. The old man did not say much and covered it with his big hand. In the next moment, this huge vein was compressed by him to only a few dozen meters long. All powerhouses knew how to store Mount Simru in a mustard seed. However, Old Man Li really did not know how to. It was fine for him to kill people, but it was obviously impossible for him to do such a thing. Old Man Li did not say anything. The God Creation envoy smiled and disappeared without a trace in the next moment. On the other side, Heavenly Sword received the sword aura and sensed it. He laughed and left quickly. Before he left, he said with a smile, Huaying, you did well. After returning to the heavenly court, go and receive your reward. Thank you, sir. King Huai bowed, his face full of excitement. Old Man Li glanced at him without batting an eyelid, but in his heart he was guessing where this guy got the confidence to kill a saint. The God Creation envoy did not see anything wrong with him. Obviously, his true god strength was probably real. If that was the case, where did King Huai's confidence come from? Killing Blade Frenzy, Old Man Li fell into deep thought. At this moment, he had a headache. In the past, when Fong Ping and the others were here, he could just fight with his knife. He did not have to use his brain for a long time. Now that these people had run away, it was troublesome. That was not right. Wasn't Wu Quishan still here? This was the Snake King. He was known as MCMAU's most sinister and cunning old fox. Yes, I still have to discuss this with this old guy. Old Man Li was too lazy to think about it. He would discuss it with Wu Quishan later. At this moment, on Hua Qidao's side, Bei Gongyan let out a low shout and pierced Hua Qidao's throat with a spear. Hua Qidao grabbed the long spear with one hand, his face as dark as water. He waved the spear in his right hand and swept Jiang Yuan Huawei. His golden bones broke, and half of his body exploded. At the same time, Su Haoren's sword came and cut off half of his head. Hua Qidao snorted coldly. His long spear was like a snake, instantly entangling the long sword. The spear head was like a snake's head, suddenly pointing out. With a bang, Su Haoren's face exploded, and he flew back dozens of meters. At this moment, Hua Qidao's qi activity was getting stronger and stronger. Wu Quishan was ready to make a move. Opposite him, Gu Chuan was also extremely nervous. Kill them. Gu Chuan let out a low shout. Kill them. Kill these rank 9s, and Hua Qidao's advancement should be stable. You want to kill us to prove your Dao. At this moment, Bei Gongyan also shouted angrily. Only the human race kills the enemy to prove their Dao. This time, it will not be the other way around. As soon as he finished speaking, the long spear wrapped around Hua Qidao, and the two were instantly entangled. Bei Gongyan held the spear in one hand and clenched his fist with the other. He punched out. Hua Qidao also punched back, and the sound of bangs rang incessantly. Both sides began to fight hand to hand. On Mount Yuhai, Wu Quishan watched for a while, his expression somewhat solemn. Bei Gongyan was not a match for them. This time, he had his own selfish motives. If Bei Gongyan and the others were harmed, how could he explain it to the human race? Now that Fang Ping had left and Zhang Tao was also not here, if something happened to the 3 rank 9s, he would not be able to explain it. If old Zhang were here today, the one to fight would be Su Yunfei. If Fang Ping were here, the one to fight would be himself. If it were him, the one to fight would be these 3 rank 9s. Hua Qidao had been improving rapidly recently. He should not have let these 3 become his whetstones. But 30 years. Lying dormant for 30 years. What could he do? At this moment, the sound of a sword resonated. The next moment, Su Yunfei broke through the air. If you want to prove your Dao, ask me. Wu Quishan's expression changed, and he sighed in his heart. Su Yunfei was here. He came on his own. These people did not know the situation, but they knew that Hua Qidao wanted to prove his Dao. Naturally, they would try their best to stop him. If he spoke now, it would not be right. Good luck. Wu Quishan sighed. Opposite him, Gu Chuan's expression changed. He snorted coldly and attacked. Wu Quishan's long sword broke through the air. He said calmly, "Do you think it's your turn to interfere in the battle of rank 9? Bastard, fighting 4 against 1. Don't you always do this in the catacombs?" Wu Quishan was indifferent. "It's not the first time. Do you think it's inappropriate today?" "You." As the 2 of them spoke, Su Yunfei and Hua Qidao had already started fighting. At this moment, Bei Gongyan and the other 2 had not retreated. What martial arts spirit! It did not exist. Killing Hua Qidao was the most important thing. Didn't the catacombs always like to do this? At this time, a large number of rank 9 powerhouses in the catacombs were also ready to make a move. Hua Qidao shouted coldly, "Don't interfere! I will kill them today and prove my Dao as a true king. If I fail, I will die. You talk big." Both sides were in a mess. Energy exploded, sweeping across the west. Vaguely, a shadow had formed in the sky above Hua Qidao. The Dao appeared. He was going to prove his Dao. Although he was covered in injuries from Su Yunfei's attacks, Hua Qidao was still calm. Proving his Dao was a success. This happened 3 times. The shadow above Hua Qidao was becoming more and more solid. A Dao was faintly discernible. At this moment, Su Yunfei bellowed, "All of you leave. I'll fight him." "Elder Su, I'm stronger than him. Earlier, he wasn't strong enough to force me to prove my Dao. Now he's just right." Su Yunfei was also incomparably domineering. The Hua Qi Dao from before was not qualified enough for him to go all out in a battle. The current Hua Qi Dao was qualified enough. He had vaguely succeeded in proving his Dao, but he had yet to completely transform. At this time, Hua Qi Dao had exceeded the boundary of rank 9, but had not reached the pinnacle. And this was also his chance. He had been waiting for this moment. At this moment, Hua Qi Dao growled. Energy surged, and he swept his spear. The void exploded. The third heaven was showing signs of shattering. 600,000 calories was needed to break through the third heaven. Although he had not reached that point yet, he had exceeded the limit of 400,000 calories. Killing other rank 9 would be a piece of cake. However, Su Yunfei was not surprised. Instead, he was delighted. With a roar, his sword struck, proving the pinnacle and inheriting the title of King of Swords. The elder ancestor of the Su family had died in battle. Previously, the Su family had said that they would reclaim the glory of King of Swords within half a year. Today was the day. Hua Qi Dao, who had achieved half a Dao, was just right. He, Su Yunfei, had accumulated for 300 years. His foundation was much stronger than Hua Qi Dao's. If he succeeded in proving his Dao, it would be hard to say who would kill who. Long before Fong Ping left, he had been showing signs of advancing, but he had always been a little short. Now the chance had come. At this moment, everyone saw a figure rapidly taking shape in the air. One wielded a spear, the other a sword. The next moment, Su Yunfei roared and struck with his sword again. Boom! The void exploded. Third heaven was broken. The moment the two exchanged blows, their combined power broke through the third heaven. Hua Qi Dao took a step back. Su Yunfei was unforgiving and struck with his sword again. Both of them had achieved half a Dao, but his combat strength was stronger than Hua Qi Dao's. Hua Qi Dao retreated step by step. Behind him, Gu Chuan roared and struck again. It was about time. After Hua Qi Dao's return, he had undergone a metamorphosis. It was about time. There was no need to continue fighting with Su Yunfei. Behind him, Wu Quishan heaved a sigh of relief. This might be the best outcome. Both of them had more or less achieved Dao. This was not bad. However, the show had to go on. Wu Quishan also rose into the air and charged toward Gu Chuan. He growled, "How dare you break the rules again and again? Do you have a death wish?" Gu Chuan was furious. Just as he was done, the sound of a sword rang in his ears. Uft! His head was chopped off. From afar, Old Man Li said coldly, "This is a small lesson for you. Do you think it's the same as before? If you dare to interfere again, I'll kill you." The headless Gu Chuan struggled for a long time before his head slowly recovered. His face was pale. Sword Qi was still rampaging on his body, constantly blasting open wounds. "Longevity sword, if you dare to attack, why not?" Old Man Li took a step forward, long sword in hand. He said calmly, "If you don't believe me, you can try. If you attack again, I'll kill you with one slash." Gu Chuan's face was livid. At this time, another powerhouse appeared from behind. It was a gigantic whale. Whale unicorn. "You want to attack?" Old Man Li looked at the monster and said calmly, "The cat has been hungry lately. It needs a fish for its meal. Do you want to become food on its plate?" The gigantic whale said, "Longevity sword, the human powerhouses have all left. You're still so arrogant. Do you really think the 9 saints won't dare to attack? So what if I attack?" Old Man Li looked at it. "Do you think the human powerhouses won't be able to return? As long as they're willing, they can do it with just a thought. If you dare to threaten me again, I'll kill you today. At most, we'll go to war with the catacombs. The humans aren't afraid." The whale monster was annoyed. It scoffed and said, "Quickly, retreat." It had no intention of fighting the longevity sword. It was not worth it. However, it was at a disadvantage. The longevity Sword had forced it to retreat. This was failure. However, now that it had come to this, did it really have to fight the longevity sword? Soon, the group of people from the catacombs retreated. Hua Chi Dao, who was still morphing, was no exception. He quickly retreated from this place. The humans did not chase after him. If they did, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. There was no need. However, Su Yunfei had more or less achieved Dao today. He was just short of the final transformation. It was a joyous occasion. Wu Quishan congratulated him. The others followed suit. Old Man Li said a few words casually. Then he burst out laughing. If Fang Ping was here, Elder Su's Dao validation today would be a global celebration. It's a pity that Fang Ping isn't here. It's much more peaceful. Elder Su, you've been wronged. Wu Quishan smiled bitterly. We don't have this hobby. I can't say it even if you want me to. Why don't Elder Su roar a few times and say that you've achieved Dao? Su Yunfei's expression stiffened. He was speechless. You want me to roar myself? Forget it. I'd rather no one know. It's a little embarrassing. Everyone looked at each other. Old Man Li said sadly, it's all a bunch of old guys. Most of the young people have run away. If there were a few young people here today, it would be livelier. Qin Fengqing and Jiang Chao were both experts back then. They dared to roar for such a small matter. Everyone knows about it. When it's embarrassing, it's also a little hot-blooded. It's a pity. Old Man Li shook his head. It was a pity. He missed those guys a little now. Looking back at the direction King Huai left, Old Man Li pondered. Without further delay, he signaled Wu Quishan and left quickly. At this moment, King Huai, who had already escaped, seemed to be worried about being chased. He ran quickly, separating from Furchuan and the rest in the blink of an eye. He appeared in a deserted place. At this moment, King Huai suddenly burrowed into the ground and appeared in his source world. At this moment, if someone saw King Huai's source world, they would be shocked beyond words. The source world wasn't big, but there were passageways in every direction of the small source world. Not just one passageway. Counting carefully, there were no less than 30 passageways. These passageways all radiated forward. However, they were not long. The longest one was about 2,000 to 3,000 meters. At this moment, King Huai stood in a place without a passageway. His expression changed for a while. The next moment, at the edge of the darkness, a sword aura suddenly flashed and pierced through the void. A path appeared. It was not long, but very short. The newly opened path was not even 100 meters wide. King Huai did not care about this. He looked at this new path and fell into deep thought. After a while, he turned to look at the other great Daos and murmured, I need a large amount of essence energy to build a passageway to connect these great Daos together. I need one or more divine artifacts to suppress the points of connection so that they can combine into one. Walk many paths. This was a cultivation method that became popular in the heavenly realm in the later stages. However, most people gave up after cultivating it because it was the wrong path. But King Huai did not. He had been working hard. Other people's two paths were two paths, but he had been inspired by Fate Monarch. He was ready to connect all the great paths and open up an unprecedented great path. He had not planned to take other people's great paths too far. 100 meters or so was enough. Therefore, he needed a lot of the origin energy of experts to analyze and explore. Now, he wanted to connect all these great paths. This is not the way to go. I have to get some origin energy from Li Changsheng to help me connect my great paths, kill Frenzied Blade, and take his beginner martial divine weapon. The beginner martial divine weapon should be able to merge with the origin energy to stabilize my great paths that are not one. King Huai looked at his source world for a while and fell into deep thought again. Killing Frenzied Blade was not easy. However, this was the only way he could get everything he wanted. Perhaps he could even get a beginner martial body refining technique. It would be good to temper the strength of his body, lest his strength grew in the future and his body could not keep up. 39 Great Paths. Can a temporary unity match a sage? King Huai fell into deep thought again. Could it? It should be possible. Although these great paths were very short, they were the great paths of the current experts. Martial kings, heaven subduing kings, longevity swords, nether kings, of course, they were all very short. He did not plan to go too long. He was not cut out for it, and he might not be able to compete with those experts. Why should he continue fighting? Martial kings returned to one path and fate monarchs connecting path. Both inspired him greatly. He did not need to go too long. In the end, he just needed to merge them into his own great path. King Huai licked his lips lightly, feeling a little excited. After acting like a grandson for so many years, he hoped that this was the first time he went all out and he would be satisfied. P.S. I'm recommending a new book, 9 Dragons Swallowing Pearl. It's a new novel. I'll add it to my collection. Thank you. Chapter 1197. In Spirit Emperor Dojo. Fang Ping was still unclear about what was happening in the outside world. He did not stay too long with Wu Chuan and the others. After giving them some imperishable substances and origin qi, Fang Ping quickly left alone. Right now he was a target. If he stayed with them, he would only harm them. He could trick old Zhang and Heavenly King, but he could not trick these people. If he was not careful, he would die. Saint Order. Dragon Transformation. Fang Ping wanted to find the Dragon Transformation, Celestial Emperor, the most right now. He was considered one of his own. He seemed to have a Saint Order too. It should not be too difficult to get it. However, the Dragon Transformation, Celestial Emperor, had not shown up for the past few days. He did not know if he had gone into closed-door cultivation or to look for opportunities to extend his life. There were still some opportunities in Spirit Emperor Dojo. Fang Ping walked around cautiously. At the same time, deep in the space battlefield, the Sea Guardian, who had transformed into a ruthless young man, looked at Do Tian and Li Zhu with cold eyes. Borrow the sea calming mirror? How arrogant of you! Do Tian laughed. Sea Guardian, don't you want to kill Fang Ping? Fang Ping and the cat are together, and the cat has been eyeing the Sea Guardian for many years. Ha ha ha. The Sea Guardian burst out laughing. In the next moment, before Do Tian could react, the Sea Guardian attacked. Do Tian was about to break free when he suddenly found the void stagnant. Horror flashed in his eyes, and his mentality erupted rapidly. The small world appeared, blocking in front of him. There was a loud bang. The small world disappeared. Do Tian flew backward hundreds of meters, blood spilling from his mouth. A clear palm print appeared on his chest. The Sea Guardian sneered and snorted, his face full of disdain. Do Tian's expression changed. This place was really dangerous. As a Heavenly King powerhouse, he was not as powerful as a Heavenly King. Anyone could beat him up, and he could not fight back. Beside him, Li Zhu laughed. Sea Guardian, even if you don't want to borrow it, you don't have to do this, right? The Sea Guardian said coldly, ridiculous guy. Arrogant. Go ask Feng. Who gave you the right to sow discord between me and the cat? As soon as he finished, the Sea Guardian sneered and disappeared instantly. Li Zhu frowned slightly. Do Tian's expression was grim. At that moment, someone flew over from afar. Hong Yu. Hong Yu looked at the two of them and smiled gently. Both of you are too young. He was too young. Do Tian Sheng did not experience many things after the Heaven Realm was destroyed. Li Zhu had become younger. Heavenly Cat and Heavenly Dog have enemies and opponents, but they also have friends. The sea-suppressing emissary is not their friend, but their enemy. But the Heavenly Cat, Heavenly Hound saved its life. The two of them were surprised. What, 30,000 years ago, Chu Wu and Origin fought for supremacy. The Beast Emperor proved his Tao in the demon race. Back then, the Sea Guardian was already a Heavenly King. He wanted to prove his Tao and become a demon emperor. The Beast Emperor and the Sea Guardian have fought several times. Later on, the Beast Emperor succeeded in proving his Tao. Originally, according to the demon's habits, the Beast Emperor would not spare the Sea Protector Envoy if he failed in the battle for supremacy. Killing the Sea Protector Envoy was the first thing the Beast Emperor would do. That year, the Heavenly Cat, Heavenly Dog was still young. He broke into the Beast Emperor Palace and happened to see the Beast Emperor executing the sea-suppressing emissary. Whether it was intentional or not, the Heavenly Cat saw the Sea Guardian himself and said that he wanted to fish for food in the future. Could he spare him? Hong Yu smiled. The Beast Emperor was already a demon emperor. The sea-suppressing emissary was no threat. The Heavenly Cat spoke. The Beast Emperor suddenly felt that it was not a bad idea. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the sea-suppressing emissary became the Heavenly Cat's food? It's also a form of punishment, isn't it? So, the sea-suppressing emissary luckily escaped and was conferred the title of sea-suppressing emissary. Isn't there fish in the sea? Isn't it reasonable for the Heavenly Cat to fish? Hong Yu chuckled. That's why the Heavenly Cat often goes to the Sea of Misery to fish. It always fishes the sea-suppressing emissary. And the sea-suppressing emissary is the Heavenly Cat's biggest target because he's the fish he rears. It's been 30,000 years. Not many people know about what happened in the past. But the Heavenly Cat, Heavenly Dog, saved the sea-suppressing emissary's life. That's a fact. The Heavenly Cat wants to fish it, and the sea-suppressing emissary wants to deal with the Heavenly Dog. That's between them. Aren't you just causing trouble by getting involved? Hong Yu shook his head and smiled without saying a word. How could these people know the inside story? The sea-suppressing emissary had broken 7 years ago. Could the Heavenly Cat rival him? But the Heavenly Cat still went to the Sea of Misery to fish. Not to mention the Spirit Emperor's protection. The Spirit Emperor was not familiar with the Heavenly Cat in the beginning. It was only after the cat-protecting captain died that the Heavenly Cat went to the Spirit Emperor Palace to eat and drink. Of course, not many people knew about this. 30,000 years had passed. These powerful people now probably only knew that the Heavenly Cat wanted to fish the sea-suppressing emissary. It would be a joke if Dou Tian used this to convince the sea-suppressing emissary. Dou Tian's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "The sea-suppressing emissary is on good terms with the Heavenly Cat? Doesn't that mean that he and Fang Ping? It's not exactly good terms." Hong Yu smiled faintly. The Heavenly Cat wants to fish. This is its instinct. It won't think too much about it. The sea-suppressing emissary also understands that if the Heavenly Cat becomes stronger, it will really fish it. So there's still a grudge between them. But like I said, this is their grudge. It has nothing to do with outsiders. Do you understand? Dou Tian finally understood. It might be possible to use other reasons to ask the sea-suppressing emissary to deal with Fang Ping, but they brought the Heavenly Cat along. The sea-suppressing emissary could not be bothered with them. He and the Heavenly Cat were really enemies. On one hand, the Heavenly Cat had saved him before. However, the Heavenly Cat's original intention was not to save him. For tens of thousands of years, the Heavenly Cat had been plotting against him. Li Zhu also understood. When he heard this, he laughed. "Prince Yu, then you mean—" Hong Yu laughed. "I'm not Hong Yu. I've said it before. Maybe you can call me the 9 Paths." "The 9 Paths?" Li Zhu laughed. "The 9 Paths? Or did you come back from the dead, and the 9 Paths made you who you are now?" "Whatever you say." Hong Yu laughed again. "Li Zhu, I've done you a favor. Why must you be so overbearing?" "Overbearing?" Li Zhu laughed. A favor, a favor. Dou Tian did not really understand. The two of them did not talk about this anymore. In the past, when they fought with the palm imprint emissary and killed him, it had something to do with Hong Yu. The tree of life bore fruits of life that could allow people to live another life. The tree of life needed to be fed by thousands of paths. There was a tree of life in Tianji Palace. When the 3 divine sect guardians appeared, the first person they came for was Li Zhu. There was no path in the gate of reflection that Zhang Tao took away. Because the path was gone, someone took it away. Li Zhu took it away, or rather, the palm imprint emissary took it away. Coming back from the dead, returning to his peak and living another life. Just as the palm imprint emissary was about to return to his peak and destroy everything that existed in Li Zhu took advantage of his recovery to strike. That was why the palm imprint emissary died and Li Zhu became the winner. And all of this was also guided by someone. Hong Yu. Li Zhu had been to the space battlefield in the past, with the 4 true gods guarding there without Hong Yu's cooperation. It would have been difficult for Li Zhu to get close to the origin core without being discovered. These secrets were only known to the 2 of them. Hong Yu changed the topic. Dou Tian saw this and did not probe further. He said in a low voice, "Prince Yu, since you've appeared, do you intend to kill Fang Ping? Does your highness have any suggestions?" Hong Yu laughed. "Don't misunderstand, I don't intend to kill. But," Hong Yu continued, "human king, human emperor, whether it's human king or human emperor, in the end, they have to return to one. You might not understand what I'm saying, but your master and Li Zhu might understand. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao. Fang Ping has yet to become a heavenly king. If he really becomes a heavenly king, he might have a battle to the death with Zhang Tao." Dou Tian's expression changed. "No way. I have some understanding of the 2 of them. You don't understand." Hong Yu laughed. Li Zhu thought about it and nodded. 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain. Fang Ping is growing stronger rapidly now. He's actually already stealing something that belongs to Zhang Tao. If he really becomes an equal to Zhang Tao might be greatly affected. After that, he thought for a moment and said, "The Tao might even be eroded. It might become Fang Ping's Tao. Of course, Zhang Tao might replace him." Prince Yu's words have touched my heart. When the 2 of them are on the same level, they might really have a battle to the death. It's more likely that Zhang Tao will choose to merge and help Fang Ping. Their Taos are different. There are more than 1 or 2 humans who walk the human king path. Dou Tian still did not understand. Li Zhu laughed. "It's not the same. At Fang Ping and Zhang Tao's level, they could have formed their own lineage in ancient times. Li Zhan and the others did not have much to do with heavenly kings, but one was a former human king and the other was a current human king. Fang Ping's and Zhang Tao's Taos were closely related to the human race. There was a high chance that they would clash. If one of them was always ahead and the other was always behind, the clash would not be too big. However, when the 2 of them were close in strength, the clash would be huge. I don't know who is eroding whose Tao, but if I'm not wrong, one of them might be eroding his Tao." Hong Yu laughed. "That's right." Dou Tian asked hesitantly, "You mean to say we should just let it go? Let them fight among themselves?" He continued, "But if the real King Wu helped Fang Ping, wouldn't Fang Ping be even more powerful? That would be even more terrifying." "That's indeed troublesome." Li Zhu nodded. "It's too wishful thinking to expect them to fight among themselves and die. However, to shake their Tao, let the news out and see Fang Ping's reaction. Zhang Tao might know something, but he probably won't tell Fang Ping. No matter what he thinks, it might be effective to take the opportunity to discredit Zhang Tao and say that he's plotting against Fang Ping." However, Li Zhu did not have high hopes. He was still smiling. If Fang Ping knows, will he continue to be radical? Once he becomes a heavenly king, his origin star might clash with Zhang Tao. Will he dare to quickly become a heavenly king? He'll have some scruples. Dou Tian asked doubtfully, "Will that really happen?" "I don't know." Li Zhu laughed. "I only thought of it after Prince Yu mentioned it. Whether it's true or not, no one has done it before. How would I know?" Dou Tian was silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right, let's spread the news. Whether it's true or not, Fang Ping will probably hesitate for a while. At least, he won't rush to become a heavenly king." At this point, he could not help but say, Both of you, it's so troublesome. Why don't we work together to kill Fong Ping?" The two of them smiled without saying a word. Do Tian still did not understand some things. Killing Fong Ping, there were many things to consider. If your master was powerful enough, why didn't he make a move? Fong Ping was still wandering around. Heavenly kings were too efficient. Soon, the news spread in Spirit Emperor Dojo. These people said it for Fong Ping to hear. People everywhere were talking about it. Fong Ping and Zhang Tao were bound to fight. When Fong Ping became a heavenly king, Zhang Tao would most likely perish. The news spread quickly. At this moment, Fong Ping, who was wandering in a valley, heard this too. After hearing it, the corner of his mouth curled, a little disdainful. What's there to fight about? Idiot talk. Even if there was a conflict, did it have anything to do with him? He did not plan to walk this path until he died. Wasn't he walking the path of Tsang Mao now? Old Zhang's path was very long. He might not be able to walk it until then. Maybe he would cover the path before then. There was no conflict with old Zhang. A bunch of idiots. Fong Ping despised them for a while. A bunch of old antiques. Did they know what innovation was? Who told you that I must walk this path? As for old Zhang, he might have some ideas. Fong Ping was too lazy to say anything. Let old Zhang worry for nothing. He suspected that old Zhang might really be ready to merge with him. I won't tell you. You're supposed to be righteous and prepare to merge, but I didn't catch up in the end. I'm so angry. Fong Ping chuckled. Actually, the rumors were not fake. There were still some signs. In his origin world, old Zhang was indeed becoming stronger and stronger. Now he was almost the head of his origin world. Of course, he was also a servant. He would do whatever he was told to do. Fong Ping was not sure if he had a reflection on old Zhang's side, but he felt that there might be. That was because old Zhang seemed to have beaten him up last time. He had not seen old Zhang for a long time. On the first day they met, it was not old Zhang who beat him up. How could he beat him up like a grandson? What old Zhang wanted to say was also what Fong Ping wanted to say. He often entered the origin world and beat old Zhang up like a grandson. Therefore, it should be possible that old Zhang had his own reflection on his side. Fong Ping was too lazy to care. Origin reflection was not needed. Sooner or later, he would be one, including his own origin reflection. He would also have to be one. Fong Ping had also thought about this in the past few days. In the end, his Tao should be the kind that was mixed into one, the only one in the three realms. Only me. He and Old Man Li had not discussed this before, but they came to the same conclusion. There were thousands of Taos. In the end, this should be the real martial Tao. Martial Tao did not need so many complicated things. Although Fong Ping was young, he had definitely seen a lot. He had also come into contact with old antiques like Old Cat, including powerhouses like Heavenly King Garrison and Sea Guardian. In addition to the opening up of neo-martial arts, some of the things he felt were no less than those old antiques. Fong Ping took the news that was circulating in the outside world as self-consolation. Go and spread it yourself. When he met old Zhang later, he might be able to take advantage of the situation. At the same time, Zhang Tao, who had just met Warlord, looked solemn. Seeing this, Warlord could not help but ask, "Are the rumors outside true?" "Maybe." Zhang Tao did not hide it, saying in a low voice, "I should have taken over a lot of Fong Ping's things. Otherwise, according to common sense, when humans become stronger, Fong Ping should be the one who gets most of the feedback, not me. Now, because I'm strong, Fong Ping actually only gets a small part. His becoming stronger has little to do with the feedback. The strength of humans has a limited impact on him. All of this should have been Fong Ping's." Warlord frowned. "You can't say that. To be fair, humans becoming stronger has something to do with Fong Ping, but it's not that important. You, on the other hand, still have some merits. According to the rumors outside, when these two people's strengths were comparable, there might be a big collision." This made Warlord very worried. What should he do? Was the human race so plagued with disasters? It was not easy for two prodigies to appear. Did one of them have to die? If that was the case, what was the point of fighting for so many years? Was there only one human king? Zhang Tao sighed. There's no other way. Let's wait and see. Now that Fang Ping has become stronger, it's actually affecting me quite a bit. My origin often suffers from the backlash. Uft. As he said this, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and some origin chi surged out. Zhang Tao smiled bitterly. Just as you say, it's troublesome to encounter this during the war. Having said that, he panted. Carry me for a while. I'll suppress my origin. Warlord was worried. Was it that serious? Even his origin was beginning to suffer the backlash. Fang Ping had not become a heavenly king yet. If he became a heavenly king, wouldn't one of them die? Without thinking too much, Warlord bent over. Zhang Tao leaped up and rode on his back. He smiled. This fatty's back was wide and solid. It felt good to carry him. He just did not know if he would fight him to the death if he knew the truth. There was no other way. Who asked this fatty to be so stupid? Old Zhang was filled with a sense of superiority due to his superior IQ. It was quite troublesome to travel by himself. Recently, he did not have time to cultivate properly. It was not a bad idea for Warlord to run errands for him. Warlord did not think too much at the moment. While carrying him, he asked, Is there a way to solve this? There is. Fang Ping, who has merged with the Tao. Old Zhang sighed. Fulfill his wish. His talent is better than mine. His future is brighter than mine. Before he becomes a heavenly king, I'm afraid it'll be my last years. Old man, cherish this time. Oh right, there's a big lake in the north. The fish in the lake is especially fresh and tender. I want to eat some before I die. Warlord was conflicted. Why eat fish at this time? I've seen that fish too. It's especially hard to catch. I'll have to trouble you. Zhang Tao sighed. I can't be on my way if I can't even eat it, can I? Why don't we talk to Fang Ping? There might be another way. All right, old devil, he might know. No need. Zhang Tao refused decisively. What was there to ask? Why was it so troublesome to ask him to do some work? Warlord was slightly suspicious. Was he giving up just like that? Zhang Tao did not even put up a struggle. This was not in line with Zhang Tao's personality. Neo-martial artists did not have this habit. When they encountered trouble, they would give up without a second thought. Right? At the very least, he should put up a struggle. Then, when there was no other way, he would give up, right? Zhang Tao could not be bothered with him. He rode on his back and looked around. A fat old man carrying a rather handsome old man was particularly eye-catching. It was a pity that no one saw it. Fang Ping did not see it either. Otherwise, he would have exposed this guy. Fang Ping, who did not care about anything in the outside world, moved freely. After searching for more than a day, he finally found traces of Dragonmorph. In the ruins of a great battle, Fang Ping sensed Dragonmorph's aura. The battle seemed to have just ended. Fang Ping followed the remnant aura and chased quickly. Very soon, he found traces of Dragonmorph in the distance. At this moment, Dragonmorph's celestial emperor was in human form. He was so old that one look at him and one would think that he did not have long to live. This ancient, venerable emperor's lifespan was really reaching its limit. Even if he had obtained some benefits and extended his lifespan a little, he could not hide his state of decay at this moment. It was Fang Ping's first time seeing a powerhouse nearing the end of his lifespan. Hide old. Decay, origin chi overflowing, vitality overflowing. The surrounding vegetation, a few miles away from Dragonmorph, had withered directly. This was the state of a powerhouse who had reached the end of his life. It looked a little sad. Loneliness. Deathly stillness, loneliness. At this moment, Dragonmorph still had some injuries on his body, but no one dared to provoke him anymore. The people who fought with him earlier were also attacked by him. Otherwise, they would not have fought with this powerhouse who was about to decay. In front, Dragon Morph walked step by step like a mortal. He did not use flight step, nor did he tear space. He was walking toward a tall mountain. He was climbing a mountain. In front, there was another incomparably tall mountain. That should be his destination. Fong Ping appeared a few miles behind him. Dragon Morph seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to take a look. It was completely different from the first time he saw him. At that time, Dragon Morph still had the appearance of a middle-aged man, domineering and dignified. Today, Dragon Morph's body was slightly hunched. His tall body was no longer mighty. Seeing Fong Ping, Dragon Morph smiled. Some wrinkles actually appeared on his face. Wrinkles. Fong Ping did not think he had seen wrinkles on a powerhouse's face before. "You're here," Dragon Morph laughed and said softly. "Is Ruobing all right?" "Senior, she's fine. She won't die yet." Dragon Morph continued to climb the mountain. He did not wait for Fong Ping. As he walked, he said, "Even if I die, I don't want to die like this. After so many years, how many enemies do I have? Killing one counts. I just want to walk a little higher and see a little further. Maybe I can look back on my life as Dragon Morph and at least leave some traces in this world." In the face of death, Dragon Morph seemed to have long been calm. When he talked about these, there was no regret. He was just a little emotional. 30,000 years. He could be considered the oldest among the venerable emperors. As for the others, they had either become heavenly kings or were already dead. No, there seemed to be a cat. Fong Ping followed quietly. At this moment, he also had some things he wanted to ask Dragon Morph's celestial emperor. The two of them began to climb the mountain one after another. Dragon Morph walked step by step, looking up at the sky from time to time as if he saw something, the glory of the past. The Lord of the Four Brahmas, an ancient venerable emperor. He also had a glorious time. Unfortunately, it had long been buried in the dust of history. Not many people remembered it. Chapter 1198. Along the way, the grass and trees withered. Dragon Transformation's celestial emperor's eyes still showed some sadness. Everything has a spirit. Demons are also spirits. In the three realms, there are humans immortals. Demons, this is the three realms. Since the human race pursues equality, why not give demons a chance? Fong Ping said softly, "Cunning, ordinary strength, all demons. Sai, the divine weapon forging method, can be abolished?" Dragon Transformation's face showed some sadness. In the past, the human race was weak. In order to increase their strength, they killed demons to forge divine weapons. I don't want to say much. Demons are the enemy. Killing is killing. But, Fong Ping, human king, if I kill them and take their bones to forge weapons, what do you think? Even if they are evil, Dragon Transformation added. Fong Ping frowned slightly. Dragon Transformation said self-deprecatingly, "I'm old. I like to let my imagination run wild. When I was young, I also killed countless enemies and never had the slightest sympathy. But now, in the end, my lifespan is coming to an end. Thinking of the billions of living beings in the demon race without a beast emperor, no one to support us, few powerhouses, becoming food ingredients, materials, mounts, I still feel a little upset." Fong Ping said in a low voice, "Now most of the demons are enemies. There's no harm in killing. Enemies are meant to be killed." Dragon Transformation sighed. "But I hope Human King will consider it. Forging divine weapons does not necessarily have to kill demons to forge divine weapons. In ancient times, divine weapons could be forged without killing demons." Dragon Transformation shook his head. "The demons, Myriad Demon King, Sky Demon King, these demons are still young and have not thought so much. Don't they think about how it would feel if one day they died of old age and were dug out from their graves and their bones were forged into divine weapons? They actually colluded with the catacombs, providing demons to forge divine weapons for the catacombs. How stupid!" Fong Ping thought for a moment and said, "Now the human race still needs divine weapons. Most of the demons are also enemies with us. But I will consider abolishing the demons' demon cores to forge divine weapons. In fact, we don't kill many demons now. Many divine weapons are seized from the catacombs. Of course, Senior is a demon, just like I am a human. It's definitely uncomfortable. I can only say, do your best. If the demon race no longer has any demon race enemies with us, we naturally won't take the initiative to hunt the demon race and forge divine weapons. But if the enemy demons are killed, we should make the best use of them. The human race doesn't have many resources to begin with, so I can't promise Senior so easily. Long Bien smiled and said, "That's enough. I hope that day will come." If he asked the humans to abolish the method of forging divine weapons using demon cores, that would weaken the human strength. Fong Ping would never do that. Long Bien knew this very well, but Long Bien thought about it and still reminded. The beast sovereign perished and disappeared for 10,000 years. That's why the demon race is so weak. However, you must also consider the reaction of the Beast King once he returns and sees these divine weapons. This matter must be carefully considered. Otherwise, you will definitely offend the Beast King. Beast Emperor. Senior, what is your relationship with the Beast Emperor? Me? Long Bien continued to walk towards the peak of the mountain, mocking himself as he walked. What's the relationship? What relationship could there be? You humans have legends. The legend of Nuwa creating humans. As an emperor, it's not surprising for her to create some new species. Back then, when the Beast King became an emperor, he walked the path of the demonic beasts. He also wanted to become the emperor of the entire demonic race. But he was a demonic beast, not a monster plant. Could monsters and monster plants really be differentiated? Therefore, the Beast Emperor collected the blood essence of a monster plant and fused it with his own blood essence. He severed part of his origin and wanted to create a new life. Unfortunately, he failed. He was an emperor. How strong was his origin? The monster plant's origin was destroyed, but it also mutated and gave birth to a new life. A dragon, a very strange dragon. Long Bien chuckled and said, "A dragon that embarrassed the Beast Emperor, a bastard that can't be considered its descendant." Not only that, this dragon's aptitude was very poor. It looked a little strange. It didn't look like the Beast Emperor at all. The Beast Emperor was unwilling to acknowledge it. So, that bastard dragon became the plaything of other demon powerhouses. One day, this dragon was not satisfied. It was unwilling. So it ran away. But that is an emperor. How could an emperor allow the life it created, a bastard descendant that embarrassed its emperor, to wander outside? Fong Ping listened quietly. He understood. This was Long Bien. He was really a descendant of the Beast Emperor. However, he seemed to be a little special. In the end, he was not acknowledged by the Beast Emperor. That day, the Beast Emperor personally walked out of the Beast Emperor Palace to capture him. That day, someone appeared and stopped the Beast Emperor, asking for a favor. This dragon was a little special. It was a mutant. If it could be given to him, the Beast Emperor agreed. Long Bien became more self-deprecating. So, from then on, that dragon had nothing to do with the Beast Emperor. Fong Ping pondered. Which emperor saved that dragon? He remembered seeing it in Skywood. Long Bien was not with the Beast Emperor. Instead, he was under the tutelage of an old man. There seemed to be a student under the old man. He was suspected to be Zhan Tiandi. There were 3 emperors who had taught Zhan Tiandi: the Divine Emperor, East Emperor, and the Emperor. That old man was most likely one of them. He was also the one who saved Long Bien, the Divine Emperor. Long Bien continued to climb the mountain, smiling. The Divine Emperor saved him. The Divine Emperor named that nameless dragon Long Bien King Long Bien, the King of Dragons. He is the King of Dragons. This is what the Divine Emperor said. At this moment, both of them reached the peak, tens of thousands of meters high. Looking down, the whole world was in sight. King Long Bien, Heavenly Emperor Long Bien, looked around and found a place to sit down. Fong Ping also sat down and took out a pot of good wine. Heavenly Emperor Long Bien picked up the wine pot, took a sip, and said with a smile, King Long Bien was saved by the Divine Emperor. That period was very beautiful. When the Divine Emperor sat down and listened, the Beast Emperor did not teach anything. Under the Divine Emperor's tutelage, they did not like to fight. They liked to study the theory of cultivation. Of course, it was also because of this that John, who had just shown his brilliance, chose to bid farewell to the Divine Emperor, to seek Tao, to walk his own Tao. This was also considered a regret. Also, if that stupid cat did not come and harass me often, maybe that period of time would be even better. Fong Ping could not help laughing. He remembered that when that cat went to take away Long Bien, the Divine Emperor even scolded that it could not be eaten, or else it might be eaten. Long Bien seemed to be reminiscing a little, smiling. However, if that stupid cat did not come and disturb the boring cultivation life, maybe it would also be a little less fun. During that period of time, Long Bien learned everything returns to one, learned to transform into a human, and learned a lot. One day, the Divine Emperor told him, since you have already transformed into a human, and even because you are a mutant you do not have the demon clan chi, then go out of the mountain and find your own Tao. That year, Long Bien became an emperor. Long Bien laughed. He became a venerable emperor. He was also a powerhouse. At that time, the Beyond Heaven geniuses had just appeared, but the top powerhouses were not very willing to live in that suffocating small world. Long Bien went to beg the God Creation Envoy, hoping to help him create a Beyond Heaven. He liked to live alone, isolated from the three realms, because he was used to quiet, used to loneliness. The God Creation Envoy recognized him and knew his identity. He did not refuse and built a Beyond Heaven for him. Long Bien named it Brahma Du Tian. Brahma Du Tian, the sky of peace and quiet. Fong Ping was slightly surprised. The Beyond Heaven was created by the God Creation Envoy. This old guy had a lot of secrets. So this was how the dragon transformation, Celestial Emperor, came about. Because Wang Longbien has always been cultivating under the Divine Emperor, not many people know about him. The disciples under the Divine Emperor later died or dispersed, and there are even fewer people who know about Long Bien's identity. In addition, he can transform and doesn't have any demon clan chi. Even the people under the Divine Emperor's tutelage don't think of the little dragon in the past. From then on, Wang Longbien was the realm master of a world. He started over and forgot the past, the master of the four Brahmas, the ancient venerable emperor. He had also repelled the enemy, and he had also wandered the three realms. He had even met the Beast Emperor like a stranger. He had even met his brothers and sisters from the past, but none of them recognized him. They only knew that he was Wang Longbien, the realm master of the Beyond Heaven, with the strength of a venerable emperor, and could also be considered an overlord. Until one day, everything changed. Fong Ping felt that he was about to hear the main point, and at this moment he pricked up his ears. Previously, Moon Spirit had said that Long Bien had some secrets. Now, it seemed that Long Bien was going to tell him. Long Bien also had children. In fact, they couldn't be considered children because he was very special. He was like a human and a demon, unable to produce descendants. So he used the same method as the Beast Emperor. He fused his blood essence and produced a few descendants, but he was better than the Beast Emperor. At least he didn't mistreat his descendants. Long Bien seemed to be narrating someone else's story as he slowly said, until one day someone entered Brahma, Du Heaven, and sent him a baby girl. Everything changed. Long Bien's face showed complicated emotions, sadness, helplessness, and doting. The little girl was very, very young, very cute. Long Bien told others that she was his youngest daughter, his last descendant. But in fact, she was sent by someone else, and he couldn't refuse, because the person who sent the girl was under the Divine Emperor. The divine emperor did him a favor. At that time, the heaven realms seemed to be in chaos. The 9 emperors haven't shown up for a long time. Not only the 9 emperors, but the 4 emperors also don't show up, other than Celestial Emperor Batian, who is still looking for people to spar with. 12 of the 13 powerhouses of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors have gone into seclusion. Fong Ping couldn't hold it in and interrupted. Is Celestial Emperor Batian a spar maniac? It seems that from all the records, he is either on the way or in the midst of a challenge. Is he bro flat top? Long Bien laughed and said, Human Emperor, can you let me finish? It's hard for me to accumulate emotions when you're like this. But when it came to Celestial Emperor Batian, he still said a few more words and smiled. Celestial Emperor Batian is also considered an anomaly. The 4 emperors are not too high profile, and Celestial Emperor Batian is the same. But Celestial Emperor Batian is very persistent in his pursuit of martial arts and often looks for people to spar with. This is also a fact. His interest was piqued. He has also challenged true gods before and defeated his opponent, but his opponent might not even know his identity. Among the 4 emperors, Celestial Emperor Batian should be considered the most popular. Although Heavenly Emperor Zhan and the 3 sovereigns had a master-disciple relationship, Celestial Emperor Batian had the most connections. His opponents did not hate him. It's hard to say for Heavenly Emperor Batian. Maybe he was annoyed by him. Of course, it was also because of this that he suffered a great loss. He is too easy to talk to, so some people are not afraid of him. Back then, Heavenly Hound blocked the path because of this. That fellow, Heavenly Hound, knew that Celestial Emperor Batian would not kill it and was also a fellow who wanted to become a battle emperor. It was easy for others to kill it, so it did not dare to challenge them. Didn't it find an opportunity to challenge Celestial Emperor Batian? In the end, it was also a coincidence that something big happened. Long Bien didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he mentioned this ancient secret. That time, Heavenly Hound was also in a bad situation. Celestial Emperor Batian beat its brains out. Celestial Emperor Batian was in a hurry to leave and did not care about it, but later I heard that Heavenly Emperor Zhan had fallen. Celestial Emperor Batian once sent a voice transmission to the 3 realms, saying that he must kill Heavenly Hound if he saw it. It was also because of this that Heavenly Hound escaped from the Heavenly Realm in advance. Otherwise, with Heavenly Hound's personality, how could it not have participated in the war that year? It did not die because of this, so it did not dare to return to the Heavenly Realm. It also knew how much trouble it had caused. Heavenly Emperor Batian died in battle, and because of it, Celestial Emperor Batian missed the opportunity. If it dared to appear at that time, Celestial Emperor Batian could really kill it. Fong Ping burst out laughing. So this was how Heavenly Hound escaped the war that year. Previously, Fong Ping had been wondering why Heavenly Hound, with its warlike personality, did not participate in the war according to Tsang Mao. So that was why. At this moment, Long Bien did not say anything more about Celestial Emperor Batian. He continued, At that time, the Heavenly Realm was already in chaos. There seemed to be some problems with the baby girl that the Emperor God sent over. Her life force was constantly flowing away. I tried many ways, but I could not stop her life force from flowing away. I also sought help from many powerhouses, but there was no way to completely cure her. Fong Ping interrupted. Did you not look for the Emperor God? At that time, he was already nowhere to be found. Long Bien sighed. It was said that at that time, the Emperor God had already gone beyond 9th heaven, including a few other emperors. Other than a few who were still around, the rest had all left. I went to look for Dong Huang. Dong Huang said that this was because there was a problem with the baby girl's portal. I asked Dong Huang if he had a solution. Dong Huang said that he did not have a solution either. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he did not mention it again. I also went to look for Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor did not see me. He told me to think of a way to look for the Emperor God myself. This was the Emperor God's problem. I had no other way. I could only seal the baby girl continuously to reduce the loss of her life force. This seal lasted for 10,000 years. Long Bien said with great vicissitudes. 10,000 years passed, but the Emperor God never appeared again. The baby girl that was given to me in the past has also grown up. In the past, I was resentful, angry, and even wanted to give up, but I put in too much effort for the baby girl. When the baby girl learned to speak and grew up, she called me father. Long Bien smiled bitterly. Because of some problems, those few descendants of my blood essence did not have long lifespans. I also did not harm others to create more descendants. At that time, Ruobing accompanied me through a difficult but happy time. Wang Long Bien. The experience in the past made him cherish such a time. When she called him father, he decided to protect this baby girl. She was left behind by a benefactor, since she was sent to Brahma do heaven. No matter what, before the Emperor God appears, I cannot let the baby girl die. Fang Ping felt rather emotional. So that was it. Wang Ruobing. In order to protect her life, dragon transformations, celestial Darch traveled all over the 3 realms, begging people everywhere. He did not sleep all this while protecting her, to return the favor to the Emperor God. After a long time, he also developed feelings for her. This was Wang Longbien. Then what exactly is the problem with Wang Ruobing? Fang Ping asked doubtfully. Her life force kept losing because of a lack of life force. But the energy of Heavenly Emperor Zhan's heart healed her. I had my suspicions and tried to find out more. Dragon Transformation looked at Fang Ping and was silent for a while before saying, Ruobing might be a test subject like me. A test subject created by the Emperor God might not necessarily be a human. According to the situation at that time, Ruobing might have some relationship with the immortal source and the door of Tao. As for Heavenly Emperor Zhan's heart, it stopped her life force from losing. Perhaps it was because Heavenly Emperor Zhan's heart energy contained some extreme path energy. Extreme path of vitality. What healed Ruobing was not life force, but extreme path energy. After saying that, he was silent for a moment before saying again. And this time he paused for a longer time. Fang Ping asked a little anxiously, what else? These things that Dragon Transformation said did not seem to be of much help to him. Right now, he also did not understand the meaning of Dragon Transformation telling him these things. Promise me to help Ruobing, then I will tell you some things. What do you mean? Fang Ping frowned slightly. Is there still someone watching Wang Ruobing now? I don't know. Dragon Transformation's celestial Darch was silent for a while before saying, since she was handed over to me by the Emperor God, she might be very important. I'm worried that there will be some problems in the future. If I have the ability, of course, I will not sit back and do nothing. Thank you. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation smiled bitterly. Now, I can only seek help from you humans. The few times I made a move previously was also because of this matter. I wanted Ruobing to have a good ending, but previously you humans were not strong enough, so I did not say much. Now that you humans are strong, then I will say a few more words. Ruobing does not have the Sanjiao Gate. Fang Ping's gaze flickered slightly. Her Sanjiao Gate is actually fake. I used a holy armament to create it and found a god creation envoy to create the appearance of a Sanjiao Gate, allowing her to disguise herself as having a Sanjiao Gate. Her life force is constantly losing. It might be related to this. Of course, I also have some speculations. According to the time that year, Ruobing appeared not long after the immortal source was successfully created. I suspect that Ruobing has a great relationship with the immortal source. She might even be a backup left behind by the Emperor God. I have thought about it a lot. The Emperor God's return. How would he return? Revive himself? Or directly revive through Ruobing? Dragon Transformation's gaze changed. Ruobing's life origin is very special. It is a little messy, as if it is not a person's life origin. Under such circumstances, there is the possibility of her being possessed. Possession generally cannot happen unless there are some special factors, such as reincarnation, such as… Wait. Fong Ping's pupils constricted. What did you say? Reincarnation. You thought of Wang Jinyang and the rest. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation was not surprised. He sighed. It is possible. Wang Jinyang and the rest might be the backup left behind by the four emperors. The four emperors might not really be completely dead. They are also waiting for an opportunity. At a critical juncture, maybe they can directly enter their origins and replace them to become the four emperors. Fong Ping's pupils constricted. He said coldly, how dare they? Even the four emperors can't. Maybe in the eyes of the four emperors, this is not a possession, just a return. You feel that it is inappropriate. They might feel that you are just meddling because this is a backup left behind by themselves. That won't do. Fong Ping humphed coldly. I don't hate the four emperors, but it better not happen. Otherwise, regardless of whether they are the four emperors or not, regardless of what happened in the past, if they dare to possess my friend, I will definitely make them suffer the consequences. Fong Ping had heard that reincarnated bodies could recover their memories. However, possession, these two were still different. Fong Ping could not accept it. Old Man Li and the rest had said that possession did not exist. A person could not enter another person's body and possess the other person's body. If needed, with strong mentality, they could condense a body by themselves. However, once it was the same origin, it was actually considered as the same person. In short, it was a very complicated thing. Fong Ping did not want to care about that. In any case, it would not work. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation saw the situation and did not say much. He continued, Ruobing might be the Divine Emperor's backup. The Divine Emperor is my benefactor, but Ruobing has accompanied me for 10,000 years. I also don't want this to happen. Even if she is not a tool prepared by the Divine Emperor to revive, she may also be involved in the matter of the immortal origin. In the future, if she is in trouble, if you have the ability, I hope you can lend a hand. No problem. Fong Ping agreed readily, saying casually, so what if she is a sovereign? What's so great about a sovereign? Scheming this and that. When I find a chance, I'll take care of them one by one. Leave Wang Ruobing to me. If a sovereign is really born, there's nothing I can do if I can't beat her. Those who can beat me, but those who provoke me, I'll kill them all. Fong Ping said it domineeringly. Dragon Transformation listened for a while and laughed, saying, I'll have to trouble you then. However, it's not all without benefits. Ruobing is a little special because she doesn't have the Sanjiao Gate. When you go back, you can look for Ruobing and investigate her origin. You might gain something. Ruobing is also related to me being able to advance to Saint. This doesn't matter. Fong Ping said casually, Saints and heavenly kings are not barriers to me. There's no need to waste that time. You've been watching for so many years, but you're only a saint. Obviously, the effect is average. It doesn't matter. At this moment, Dragon Transformation did not know whether to cry or laugh. He was laughing because Fong Ping did not care. This was actually a good thing. Otherwise, he would also have to worry if Fong Ping would do something. What made him cry, though, was that this fellow's words at this time were really piercing. Saints and heavenly kings were nothing. He did not care too much. Fong Ping's confidence had reached a domineering level. What shortcuts? He did not need them. He was the biggest shortcut. He even felt that looking at Wang Ruobing's origin might not be as fast as him walking on his own. This was something that Dragon Transformation wanted to refute, but he could not. If it were anyone else, they would have been tempted by this time. But Fong Ping, Dragon Transformation, was helpless. This old man could not say anything. He had nothing to say. Old man, don't entrust yourself to me. Just give me the saint token. I'll help when I need help. Fong Ping said carelessly, "1 saint token, and I'll help you settle the score with the sovereigns. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. Saint tokens are cheap deals. They're only worth the price of a saint token." Dragon transformation was exhausted. I hesitated for a long time, wondering if I should tell you, wondering if I should say it out. In the end, you didn't care at all. This made me very hurt. In the end, 1 saint token could solve everything? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have racked my brains. After thinking for so long, I finally made a decision today. Isn't this hurting me? The sovereigns were only worth the price of a saint token. These words would hurt the sovereigns. I do have 1 saint token. Dragon transformation took out a small seal and passed it to Fong Ping. He said, "This old man won't let you help for nothing. You humans have a lot of enemies. Before I die, I'll at least help you kill a saint. It's okay. It's just a saint. It's not difficult to kill them. You don't have to risk your life to kill one." Dragon transformation's expression stiffened. He struggled and said, "Saints are still very powerful. Especially killing a saint, it's extremely difficult. Killing a few is just that." Dragon transformation could not hold it in any more. He growled in a low voice, "This old man is only a saint, not a heavenly king. I can't kill a heavenly king either. Besides, you said that killing a saint is easy. Have you considered my opinion?" Mother asterisk cur. He could not hold it in any more. Why did he feel like beating someone up so much? Chapter 1199. Dragon transformation erupted. Fong Ping did not care either. This was how outstanding people were. They would be envied wherever they went. The light could not be concealed. Seeing the old man's outburst, Fong Ping laughed. "Senior, you can just listen to these things. I'll help what I need to help. As for the rest, you can do as you see fit. I'm about to die. How can you die so easily?" Fong Ping was speechless. There are many ways to survive. Advancing to Heavenly King. Won't that prolong your lifespan? Dragon transformation's face darkened. Today's atmosphere was completely ruined. You said it like it was a game. Was it that easy? Other treasures that can prolong life. No. Fong Ping laughed. "I know you don't. Come, I'll give you a fat baby to lick. Let's see if it can live a few more days." As he said that, Fong Ping carried a fat baby out. The little baby struggled and squeaked. He was a little unwilling. Dragon transformation's expression changed slightly. After looking for a long time, he said hesitantly, "Fountain of longevity." "Yes, they've all become spirits." Dragon transformation was surprised. They had all become spirits? Fong Ping nodded, smiling as he pushed the baby forward, his butt facing dragon transformation. "Come, you lick a few times and see if it works." Dragon transformation's expression stiffened again. What do you mean?" "If you say give me food and drink, I won't say anything. Lick a few times and face me with your butt." Although this was a spirit and spring water, this. Don't you feel awkward? Senior doesn't like it. Fong Ping hesitated for a moment, saying, "Fat baby, try spitting some saliva for Senior." Uffed. The fat baby spat out a mouthful of saliva. It understood this. Saliva poured down. Dragon transformation's celestial emperor's face was wet. At this moment, Dragon transformation's expression was extremely stiff. He really wanted to beat someone to death. "Is it useful?" Dragon transformation looked at him, a little sullen, saying in a low voice, "Can't there be some normal methods?" P. Dragon transformation's celestial emperor was mentally exhausted. He was silent, licking the saliva on his face. After a while, he raised his eyebrows slightly. "Rich vitality, there's some effect, but it's too little." "Little?" Very quickly, Fong Ping brought out the 3 plump babies again. He said, "Quickly, spit at him together. Spit more, and I'll feed all of you delicious food later." Pooh, pooh. At this moment, the 4 fat babies were frantically spitting saliva at Long Huan. The 4 babies surrounded him from all sides and spat wildly. Anyone who saw this scene would probably break down. Dragon transformation into Heavenly Emperor also did not feel good. What was this? What the hell was this? Spit on me. Yet he still gave them benefits. But why did he feel so aggrieved? The 4 dolls spared no effort, and their saliva was splashed all over their bodies every time. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's aged, fleshy body was absorbing those saliva. Gradually, the somewhat wrinkled skin recovered some luster. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation simply closed his eyes and growled in a low voice, "Come!" A masochistic look. Fong Ping coughed dryly and laughed. "Senior, don't. That little guy, don't poop. Enough." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation opened his eyes, thinking that Fong Ping was scaring him. In the end, he saw that a fat baby was really using his, but to face his mouth. Dragon Transformation's face turned green. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's about time. I feel that I can live for at least 3 more months. That's enough, that's it." As he said that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed, flicking the little fat baby with his, but rising away. It was really enough. Living for 3 more months was enough. If not, they would talk about it again. He could not stand this kind of method. It really made people break down. Fong Ping was a little surprised. Very quickly he raised his eyebrows and said, "Senior is thinking it's enough to sustain a great battle. It won't let this old man die halfway." Dragon Transformation had regained his composure at this moment. It was easy to say. Fong Ping was a little surprised by his choice. Enough vitality to sustain a great battle. Was he going to use one battle to advance to Heavenly King? Previously, he was old and dying. Even if he advanced in battle, he might not succeed. Most likely, he would still die. But now, after replenishing some vitality, the old man actually had the idea of advancing. "It's been a few years since I advanced to Saint. I've walked about 90,000 meters on the Tao. Above 80,000 meters, he could be considered a saint. 90,000 meters was not considered weak, even among saints. All these years, I haven't slept. There are advantages and disadvantages. You've seen the disadvantages. The advantage is that this old man has always been awake, and his combat power is at its peak. If I sleep, my control of power will more or less decline. I'll need some time to adapt. The current me is underestimating, but I'm also at the peak." Dragon Transformation stood up and said self-deprecatingly, "Initially, this old man thought that living to this point should be enough. One last battle, kill a few enemies, and leave some capital for my daughter. But today, after saying those words, you, Fong Ping, actually look down on a saint? If I die after killing a saint, won't I die in vain?" He was provoked by Fong Ping. He thought that if he killed a saint, the humans should be grateful, right? So Fong Ping did not care. Then what was the use of exhausting himself to kill a saint? He did not give the right favor. He was really provoked. No, if he wanted to die, he had to kill a heavenly king before he died. This way, the humans would remember the favor, right? Of course, now was not the time. Dragon Transformation stood up and said, "Now there are many saints here. Those who have a grudge against you humans are Pingyu, the 3 ancient saints, the 2 kings of the catacombs. These must be your enemies. The 3 ancient saints are one. The 2 kings of the catacombs are one. It's very difficult for me to kill them. How about leaving Pingyu to this old man? You want to kill a saint to prove your Tao. Maybe I'll be killed by him to prove my Tao." Dragon Transformation laughed and said, "Everything is possible. He's also an ancient venerable emperor, just a few years later than me. That old thing Yulongtian is not much weaker than me, but after sleeping for a few years, he can still live. Yulongtian doesn't seem to have a dispute with you guys?" Fong Ping nodded. "Those who have a dispute are these for now. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu was also the master of the 4 Brahmas, so he was not a weakling. It was hard to say whether Dragon Transformation could kill him. Everyone was about the same. In a battle of life and death, who would emerge victorious depended on luck. At this time, Dragon Transformation regained his fighting spirit. He laughed and said, "After all, I studied under a sovereign, and under the first sovereign, the divine emperor. Ping Yu's master was only a saint back then. How can he compare to me? No matter whether I succeed or not, killing him is in line with the interests of your human race." As soon as he finished speaking, Dragon Transformation soared into the sky and laughed. "This old man is leaving. Ping Yu also has a saint token. I'll get it and give it to you." Fang Ping did not persuade him, nor did he get involved. These ancient saints wanted to prove their Tao, but at this moment they were lacking something. Essence, spirit, and soul. Yes, or rather, fighting spirit. Without a battle of life and death, it was difficult for these people to arouse their fighting spirit. It had been too long. It had been too long since they had a battle of life and death. These people had almost forgotten this feeling. At this moment, although they had lofty aspirations, they could not arouse the essence, spirit, and soul. Essence, spirit, and soul were not in harmony. This was a huge obstacle to martial arts cultivation. Killing a saint was not the goal. The key was to enter that state in a battle of life and death, to find that original feeling. That was why many people treated fighting as a means to advance. After the old man Dragon Transformation left, the few little kids were still a little dissatisfied. They had not finished vomiting. Fang Ping ignored them and kept them back into the source world directly, touching the saint token in his hand. Fang Ping was a little excited. 7 tokens. 36 saint tokens. He had collected 7. His wealth had also increased. A saint's order could bring him almost 15 billion wealth points. After refining the saint token, I might not become stronger, but my source world will be wider. Fang Ping was delighted. 6 saint tokens allowed him to expand to more than 100 meters in diameter. Maybe 12 tokens could make it to 200 meters. If 36 tokens, he wondered if it could reach 600 meters. Although it would get harder in the later stages, the more saint tokens he had, the more useful it would be. These two might be equal. Very soon, Fang Ping refined the saint token, and his source world expanded a little again. In the next moment, Fang Ping restrained his aura and flew away. He went to look for someone else. More than an hour later, Fang Ping had just appeared when he saw someone and said, "Heaven!" Bang! The void exploded. Heaven's fate ran away without saying a word. Yes, he ran away. A heavenly king powerhouse ran away the moment he saw Fang Ping. While fleeing frantically, Heaven's fate transmitted his voice. "Don't chase me. Did you hear me? I'm a lunatic. Don't force me. A lunatic can do anything. Don't force me. I'm a lunatic. Go away." Heaven's fate ran very fast. Fang Ping was dumbstruck. What was wrong? I didn't do anything to you. Was this lunatic really crazy? Did he misunderstand something? Prince Heaven's fate. I'm Fang Ping, the Fang Ping of the humans. Go away. Heaven's fate roared, asking you to go away. What did you think? If you weren't Fang Ping, I wouldn't have run. Just because you're Fang Ping, I ran. None of the humans are good. You, Fang Ping, even more so. Don't think that you only have saint-level combat strength. Look at who doesn't look gloomy at the mention of you. Stay away from me. Prince, I mean no harm. Good intentions won't do. Heaven's fate was terrified. Bad intentions were still acceptable, but good intentions were even more terrifying. What were you trying to do? Fang Ping was stunned. You were a heavenly king, and I had the combat strength of a saint. Why did you run? Why was your tone so horrifying? Did you see a ghost? Fang Ping was stunned. What did I do to you? I don't think I've talked to you before. Today was the first time I said it, but he was not as fast as a heavenly king. Therefore, under his dumbstruck gaze, Heaven's fate ran away. It was not that there were no people in all directions. At this moment, there were still people who were stunned. In the next moment, someone said in horror, Go, a human king can kill a heavenly king. Look, the Heaven's Fate Prince was so terrified. Could it be that Fong Ping could kill a heavenly king? Otherwise, would this heavenly king, the Heaven's Fate Prince, need to be like this? At this moment, within a radius of thousands of miles, all the powerhouses who were at odds with the humans fled. Terrifying. A human king came, and he even chased after the Heaven's Fate Prince. If they met, even a heavenly king would have to kneel. 1 to 10, 10 to 100. While Fong Ping was still depressed about why the Heaven's Fate would run when they met him, the huge spirit Emperor Dojo was already spreading the news that a human king could kill a heavenly king. The Heaven's Fate Prince was being chased. He fled pathetically, his whereabouts unknown. Fong Ping was still being chased. All the powerhouses must run faster when they met Fong Ping. Fong Ping still did not know that his notoriety had spread everywhere in an instant. At this moment, Fong Ping wanted to find a saint token. He would first find someone who was alone. Boundless Mountains, Heavenly Emperor Boundless, Immortal Seeking Islands, Priestess Wen Xian, Weiyu Mountains, Venerable Emperor Qing Tong. These people all had a saint token. Fong Ping, who was looking for a target everywhere, soon met another saint. Venerable Emperor Qing Tong. Weiyu Mountains, Venerable Emperor, the leader of the southern sect. When this saint saw Fong Ping, he frowned. Why did he meet this guy? Fong Ping was more difficult to deal with than other heavenly kings. Heavenly king powerhouses were still somewhat particular, but Fong Ping was not particular about anything. Seeing Fong Ping, Venerable Emperor Qing Tong also wanted to escape without saying a word. Fong Ping knew that this saint, who had fought against the divine sect before, was not considered an enemy of humans. At this moment, seeing that he was about to escape, he hurriedly said, Venerable Emperor Qing Tong, don't you want to know more about Weiyu Mountain? Qing Tong stopped, turned back to look at him, and sighed. Weiyu Mountain has no grudges with humans. The Sword King in your human star town is under my tutelage. Fong Ping smiled. Of course there's no grudge. When you were not around, we worked very happily together. Weiyu Mountain's Jiang Kuei and I have always worked together. Oh right, Jiang Yao has achieved true God. Do you know, Senior? This time, Qing Tong's interest was piqued. He asked, Jiang Yao has achieved Dao? That's right. Fong Ping smiled. The Catacombs has established the Heavenly Court, and 9 saints are suppressing it. Weiyu Mountain is in a difficult situation now. Wanggu Mountain has North Emperor's bloodline, but you guys don't. Now the Catacombs are forcing Weiyu Mountain to surrender. Our human powerhouses have even helped Weiyu Mountain to repel the enemies. Wanggu, North Emperor's bloodline, Venerable Emperor Qing Tong thought for a while before saying, Weiyu Mountain is not without a background. My master is from the Emperor God's bloodline. Of course, my master only listened to the Emperor God's bloodline for a few years in the past. I've never crossed paths with the Emperor God's bloodline. However, even if the Catacombs rebuild the Heavenly Court, they won't attack Weiyu Mountain rashly. I achieved Dao as a saint more than 2,000 years ago. I once defeated Qingma's saint, who was still alive. The Catacombs know this. If I'm not dead, they won't dare to do anything rashly, right? He was dubious about Fong Ping's words. He was not dead yet. This southern sect leader had achieved Dao as a saint for thousands of years. He had defeated a saint in the past. Without a heavenly king, how would they dare to attack Weiyu Mountain rashly? Were they not afraid that he would come back to cause trouble? Fong Ping smiled. They have a few heavenly kings. Why would they care about this? Of course, I didn't kill them. I just wanted to tell you that I have no grudges with you. We've worked together before. I know you have a saint's token. Qing Tong frowned slightly. The saint's token is a holy weapon. It's also my weapon. I only have this holy weapon. If the King of Man wants a holy weapon, I'm afraid I won't be able to comply. This was his weapon. How could he give it away so easily? Taking someone's weapon was also a great enmity. Fong Ping was helpless. After thinking for a while, a saint-grade armor appeared. Senior, how about this? Venerable Emperor Qing Tong frowned slightly. Sacred armor. It's a good thing. A defensive holy weapon is rarer than an offensive one. But I need a powerful attack, not a powerful defense. If there were extra holy weapons, he would definitely exchange them. But there were none. Without an offensive holy weapon, if he wanted a defensive one, wouldn't that weaken his own strength? The lethality of the saint's token is just that. Fong Ping smiled. Senior, you also know that there are many heavenly kings here. Senior, is the integration rate with the saint's token very high? If it's not high, is it strong to add a little increase in combat strength? If that's the case, I think it's more important to stay alive. I'm not the only one who wants the saint's token. Many people want it. After the heavenly kings seize the 9 emperor seals, do you think they will collect the heavenly king seals and saints' tokens? Senior, do you think you can keep it? Fong Ping said again, there are many people with saints' tokens now, but I only have this extra holy weapon. If you don't want it now, I'll find someone else to exchange for it. They might not refuse. When that time comes, Senior, your saint's token will be in your hands. When the fight for the 9 emperor seals comes to an end, the saint's token will definitely be a hot potato. Venerable Emperor Qing Tong smiled bitterly and sighed. They say that you, the King of Man, have a way with words. Indeed, I didn't want to exchange it at first, but after hearing what you said, if I don't exchange it, not only will I lose the saint's token, but I'll also get myself killed. Come to think of it, it makes sense. Forget it. Venerable Emperor Qing Tong was very helpless. Although Fong Ping seemed to be forcing him, his words were not meant to scare him. If the fight for the 9 emperor seals came to an end, the saint's token would really become a hot potato. It was not a bad idea to exchange for holy weapon armor now. Fong Ping was also smiling. His flesh was stronger, comparable to some heavenly kings. Holy weapon armor was of limited help to him. It was a good thing to be able to exchange for a sage token peacefully. After all, Qing Tong of Weiyu Mountain had no enmity with him. For the sake of the sage token, Qing Tong had forcefully snatched it away. Unless Qing Tong was killed, they would definitely be mortal enemies. How wonderful it was now! Very quickly, a saint's order floated over. Fong Ping tossed out the sacred spirit armor. This time it was an equivalent exchange. His wealth did not change. Fong Ping did not mind either. The difference in value between the 2 sacred weapons was not huge. At this moment, Fong Ping was even more satisfied. 8 saint tokens! Venerable Emperor Qing Tong changed his armor and left immediately, unwilling to continue interacting with Fong Ping. Fong Ping was also very depressed. Why did everyone want to beat him up? I didn't do anything. Why is this fake heavenly grave so hostile towards me? Next, I don't have any more saint weapons. Fong Ping also had a headache. What about Heavenly Emperor Wuya and these people? The 2 venerable sovereigns of the Boundless Mountain and the Immortal-Seeking Island also seemed to have the strength of saints. These 2 immortal islands were also the 2 strongest immortal islands among the 33 overseas immortal islands. One was the bloodline of the Eastern Emperor, and the other was the bloodline of the Spirit Emperor. They had no enmity with him. It was not easy to snatch. How troublesome! Fong Ping was helpless. Should he snatch the 3 great sect protectors first? However, these 3 fellows had always been together. Those who could fight saints were really not easy to snatch. The other saints who are alone. Do you want to give it a try? Among the 36 saints, there were still a few who were here, just as Fong Ping was fretting, in a dilapidated building in the Spirit Emperor Dojo. Shui Li's expression was dark. Looking at the innocent Li Wuqi, he said with a slight headache, "My little ancestor, I want to kill you now. Who allowed you to come into contact with the humans? Don't you know how troublesome it is?" Li Wuji's eyes widened as he complained. Forefather, you left just like that, and you didn't leave anything behind. It was so dangerous at that time, I had no choice. Besides, it's not like there are no benefits for me to come into contact with the humans. What benefits? I've achieved Tao. That's true, Shui, Li's incarnation of a brawny man nodded. This was considered a benefit, not bad. Li Wuji glanced at the ancestor, thought for a while, and said, And there are many benefits. What? Ancestor, don't be too happy and faint from excitement, bang! Shui Li punched him until his head swelled up. He said angrily, I, the ancestor, have been through all kinds of storms. During the era of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, there was not a day that I didn't see emperors. These are all small matters. It's nothing. Li Wuji shook his head, his eyes blinking. After a while he said, Ancestor, is the Sea Guardian powerful? Of course, he was one of the 3 Sea Guardians back then, second only to the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. The Sea of Misery today can be considered as its territory. You and I are both considered as its subjects. Shui Li was more respectful towards the Sea Guardian. He was only an emperor-level bull back then, while that person was already a powerhouse among the heavenly kings. The difference was huge. Even in the South Palace, the Sea Guardian was a VIP, and he could only squat outside the door and watch them talk. Ancestor, I've brought glory to you. Li Wuji knew that he was in trouble. He changed his mind and said happily, I surrendered to the humans and made a huge offer. In the end, the King of Humans agreed. What? The King of Humans appointed me as the Sea Guardian of the humans. Bang! Li Wuji was stomped into the ground. At this moment, Shui Li wanted to beat him to death. Ancestor, this is a good thing. My clan, Shui Li, is on equal footing with the Sea Guardian. I'm the Sea Guardian, and you're my ancestor. Your seniority is much higher than the current Sea Guardian. Bang! 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 Shui Li turned into a huge golden bull. He wanted to stomp this calf to death. Is he crazy? Appointing him as the Sea Guardian? This is killing me. Isn't Li Wuji afraid that I'll die? Or do you want me to die and give up my position? The Sea Guardian is still alive. How dare you ask someone to appoint you as the Sea Guardian? Are you tired of living? The only thing that comforted him was that the Sea Guardian of the humans seemed to have a human as well. Otherwise, he would want to eat beef now. This is not a trap. This is a trap for his ancestors. I'll stomp you to death. Shui Li stomped on him again and again. He was filled with grief and indignation. I've only been gone for a few days, and such a big thing happened. Stupid calf. Was this something that was easy to get involved in? And the Sea Guardian. And the Sea Guardian's ancestor, you dare to say it? I'll trample you to death. Ancestor. There's no turning back. The entire 3 realms knows. Do you believe that I won't kill you now? Ancestor, you won't be able to trample me to death. I have the God creation avatar on me, and he's in a deep sleep now. If you step on him again, he'll be able to beat you to death. Shui Li was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Are you threatening me? All right, a little cowardly. God creation envoy. It also knew about this, so it really didn't dare to step on it anymore. If it stepped on him, if it saw that it had stepped on him and was slaughtered for beef, how could it be justified? Calf, you're causing trouble for me. Shui Li cursed for a while, then said helplessly, That's the only way now. Sai, I've been guarding. 8,000 years. Could it be that I have to make an exception this time? Shui Li fell into deep thought, feeling somewhat helpless. Was Master coming back or not? Seeing that 8,000 years had passed, should he activate it?